Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
An amazing event happened on planet Earth in the beautiful city of Beijing, China. The cosmic ray technology was shown for the first time to the public by the financial arm of Keshe Foundation, the American Mark Ray Corporation, which is traded on the US stock exchange. Mr. Keshe himself went to China to show creation of materials from the magnetic fields by using obsolete technology, or what we call rotating gas reactors with electric motors. He's using these old reactors as a starting point for humanity to slowly accept the evolution in science and technology. For 3 days straight, the reactors were run and shown live on Zoom so that anybody from around the world who wanted to could come in and see. Black particles like dust start appearing on the white paper sheets around the reactors. These particles are being created through the reactors and the fields of the universe and the inertia of our planet. They are not coming from the room. There were 4 sets of pairs of reactors with red and green gases spinning in them. We were told they were not CH3 and CuO, but something else. They were set up in a star formation on tables inside the front windows of the Intercontinental Hotel. Anybody passed on the street could see them. White papers and spoons were spread around the reactors to catch the materials being formed from the fields. Some knowledge seekers were able to capture on video when black specks suddenly appeared on the paper, like out of thin air. It was very interesting to witness when energy first appears in the matter state. As time went on and the fields built up and changed strength, the specks formed into bigger pieces and some elongated, and some changed color into gold. This is the first time the public has been able to freely witness the creation of matter from energy. At the end of 3 days, Mr. Keshe collected more particles and showed everyone attending. An interesting thing occurred. When he touched the black dust on the paper with his finger, it turned gold. He said it interacted with the fields of the inertia of the earth through his finger. This phenomenon was written about in ancient times when the Greek god Midas touched things and it was said they turned to gold. What we witness here is how everything in the universe is created, from ourselves to the planets and even cancer.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. It is April 26, 2026, and I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each and every one of the participants. As we see in that opening video, this is exactly how we operate, either individually or collectively. So that star formation is us in a way acting collectively, and the individual reactor operates in the same way. And so this is what we're starting to understand, how matter state is made and how inertia plays such an important role. It's just not the gravity, but more and more we're opening up more and more knowledge for all of us as I see it. I mean, these workshops are just tremendous, and the sources Mr. Keshe uses for knowledge through research papers and through other networks that he's providing us is just amazing. Actually, Mr. Keshe appeared in the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group on Wednesday morning, and he shared quite an extensive amount of knowledge, but he asked not, even though it's a public meeting, he asked it not to be put in the public domain. So if you have access to the Keshe Foundation archives for students, you can hear exactly what Mr. Keshe said at that point, but it's just an amazing and a depth of knowledge that just continues to grow and grow. But as he said, and as we heard in the intro of the last workshop, it's all about finding out about you and your soul and your interaction and your creator, not so much the others. So it's a mystery, a Pandora box. We're all starting to open up more and more. And of course, the knowledge is the same in Brazil as it is in the United States, as it is in China, and apparently as it is in the universe as well. We've actually gone past the understanding of the prophets of the past into the real understanding of the process of creation. So those reactors we saw are us collectively or us individually creating certain things within our own structure, cancers and other things or other conditions of unwellness, all through this energy of the emotions and the inertia and the gravity and all how all these things come together. Is just an amazing reactor we all have, uh, and of course set perfectly by the creator. As we understand, I made the man in the image of myself. I may not be able to produce some of the systems we see Mr. Keshe producing, but certainly I can do many of the things, and probably all of them, that are being produced through systems within my own structure, if I can unravel it. And apparently the key in this transmutation is for you to find that connection with the creator, and then the whole sort of universe opens up to you in a way. That's what it's all about. It's not so much moving an apple from one point to the other, as we heard. And of course, Ed's made a beautiful video of the 639. So we're going to cover the teaching is only about 24 minutes. I think we should listen to that. And again, it's on YouTube. You can hear the 639. And then, of course, we'll go to the announcements. This is the news or the roadmap of where the Keshe Foundation is going. There's a clip on the war and more. And of course, this is the take of Mr. Keshe. And so we're going to expose that a bit. Again, we're just opening up our eyes to more understanding about some of the news that may not be so accurate and the way it's actually being interpreted by the foundation or Mr. Keshe himself. Will create the Dome of Peace. We're going to have Alex's teaching, as I mentioned, the reactor group, and so many beautiful examples of the paddle ball and so on, and how the waves go out and come back in and get strengthened and go out again, and such a beautiful thing. Then a big question about what came first, the gravitational or the magnetical. I think it's the magnetical, even though it has a gravitational component. That was the first ray that was released out of the center. It's coming out. So to me, it's magnetical. And of course, he went on to wanting to show some of the new agricultural GANs harvested products, but that won't happen till next week as the team wasn't ready. But this is a new source, and he certainly went into sourcing materials or things that we put into our body. Again, we need very clean products, and this is the goal of the Keshe Foundation. And this is where he said, we're going to release a new logo that we can all trust in and we can all believe in and we can all support. So you'll see this uncopyable label being produced, and this will give you the assurance that it was done the right way. And as Mr. Keshe said, even in one of the experiments, they found somebody had put a drop of GANs to make things work better in the experiment, and he said, destroy it all because we cannot operate the same way as the rest operate. We're operating on a higher standard, almost like, what do they say that about Hebrew National? One of the sort of products we have in the United States, they answer to a higher level. So this is, it's just amazing. And we only know about 5%, and maybe we only understand 1% of that, of this whole operation. But we're here to support, expand the fields of the creator. And of course, the One Nation Network is integral to this. I see this as actually the Oasis system, the one that was promised years and years ago, for feeding, for wellness, for power, for lighting, and so on and so forth. So it's just an amazing gift that we're being gifted by the creator in a way. And we're going to take advantage of it. As he said, life in the universe is opportunistic. We see that in the game a little bit, but maybe it doesn't have to be so opportunistic as well. But it's just an amazing world in and around the Keshe Foundation and how it's expanding. And so this agricultural line, he said, these products you'll love and you'll enjoy eating them, although we're still in the same position. I think we'll get to the point where we can absorb the fields. This is the whole idea, without, and just be an observer, without destroying the love of creation. Yes, Gail, I read your mind. I was just getting over there. Can I chew gum and talk at the same time? I think I can. Let's find you in the list and bring you in as a co-host. I'm just looking for you. Where are you? Here we go. And thank you as well. We thank everyone for being here. We respect your time. And of course, I think we're understanding more and more the souls are bringing us together, perhaps for a much bigger work in the future. And of course, this knowledge, as he said, understanding the inertia, you're going to need this in the world of creation. We've reached the end of the line, I think, here, because now that we've been created in the matter state, the next step is to go into the energy dimension. And the more you understand this gravity, inertia, interaction of fields with you and the creator, perhaps the sooner you can re-manifest yourself in whatever place you sort of choose. So it's just an amazing knowledge. I'm not there, and I hope I'm not sounding like I'm preaching to you or telling you. I'm just sharing what I think I understand. And of course, we give that opportunity to everyone, as there's no serious peer review within the Keshe Foundation. We believe what you say and what you experience, and this is the way the foundation operates. And this is the way Mr. Keshe operates, even though we obviously there are things that we have to sort of curb, like a blacklist within the Keshe Foundation of people who came here to damage it. But overall, it's open to everyone, other than certain groups and other things that are probably will get fixed in the future time as we see changes in the world, so on. So anyone would like to add anything else other before we go to the basic ethos of the Keshe Foundation, which is the World Peace Treaty, which we do like to read and just reconfirm our ethos. Would anyone like to say anything at this point? Okay, we'll go to our World Peace Treaty. I should enlarge it a little bit. I didn't do that. The Keshe Foundation World Peace Treaty, again, finding peace within yourself first and then the others. And that project is probably so tall, you'll have more than enough to do without worrying too much about the others. Because again, as you separate from the physicality, you're not going to be holding hands with any of the others. It's all about you and the energies or whatever you've done in this sort of condition. What you've learned will start the process of your next creation. Or, as he said, if we learn more, we can actually, the soul of physicality can ride the soul of the man across the universe. It's just been something that almost seems science fiction in so many ways. But this is what's been hidden from mankind for thousands and thousands of years. So this is what's being opened up. Again, opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energy dimension, if we can call it that. So this is the World Peace Treaty, Keshe Foundation. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation website, many others. It's actually creating a reactor. If you want to build your first reactor, you can sign it with a pen, or you can just sign it with the pen of your soul. As we understand, when you go into the universe, you'll probably never see anything written. And of course, I think that universe is right between your two ears. As we know, the man exists and operates in the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man, which is such a deep subject to rather encompass this. But if the creator made the man and the whole creation in the image of themselves, I guess this is not a unique thing, that all of the creation is made in the image of the creator. So this is the World Peace Treaty, trying to find peace and balance within ourselves and with any other entities we interact with. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Is anyone bold enough? I'm sure we've all signed it, and there are many probably busy and multitasking in the background. So I don't see any mics opening. If not, I'll read it. And again, this is part of the new science, the new ethos, and the new language that's being introduced by the Keshe Foundation. And we can see, as Mr. Keshe said with the mirrors, there's a lot of the need for science. And as we see with the ethos, the idea is the stronger takes from the weaker, but the new ethos is the stronger feeds the weaker or gives to the weaker. And then, of course, the new language of love and peace and giving and sharing, rather than taking and stealing and killing and the rest. So, and of course, we have a plasmatic city that's been totally created for you. Another gift from the Keshe Foundation we call the game of peace and enlightenment. To me, this is the oasis system, or the beginning whispers of it, perhaps, where energy, power, wellness, feeding will be delivered through the cosmic ray antennas. This is just, again, being impartial, just what I'm seeing at this point. So this is our World Peace Treaty, and you can sign it, you can share it, you can endorse it, and in a way you become a beacon of light for this, even though, like myself, I'm still killing and destroying other creatures, but I'm trying to move away from it. And with these technologies, we can definitely interact without offending, without killing, and without destroying. As he said, I think was it in the last workshop or was it in this one, where he said the term of creation or the term of destruction does not exist within the realm of the creator. Even though we see the black hole, I was looking for that, but yes, it pulls in a lot of and apparently destroys, but out the other end comes light and all sorts of new and raw materials, as we heard in this workshop. The soul cannot be destroyed. Maybe we'll play that question. So this is our World Peace Treaty. Find it, sign it, endorse it, and then replicate it. And you can be a beacon or a lighthouse for others, even though, again, it's not that you sign it and immediately you can match all 24 commandments or fulfill them every day. It's a process of learning and growing into this understanding that we can be peaceful as the Creator is peaceful. Even though we do see some violent interactions around the universe, that's probably the soul of the sun or whatever has huge eruptions, but the solar system overall is quite peaceful. Okay, I'll read it. We, and of course it's humanity as a collective that's going to want to bring this change. That's one of the reasons we haven't seen the change, because the collective awareness of humanity hasn't reached that point, or they haven't gotten the field strength to think we can actually deliver or want peace on this planet. So we, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, our body, and our soul. Simply put your name and your signature. The rest is quite self-explanatory. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you. that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So it's a powerful reactor that will even touch others, perhaps, and start a process. As Mr. Keshe related that story in the last workshop about the boy who didn't talk for 11 years, and all of a sudden, I guess some GANs was introduced into the environment, changed the environment, and the boy started speaking, and the love and the tears apparently on the parents' faces were just so touching, so deep that something like this could even happen. So through this reactor, you're actually doing the same process, again, within yourself first, but reflect it, and the others will feel it. As we know, we're quite sensitive to cosmic rays. Anyone want to add anything about the World Peace Treaty? Okay, where shall we go from here? The teaching is rather short. I thought we could listen to that, but we may want to listen to the announcements. And of course, there's some amazing, you say, how can you feed yourself without eating? Well, apparently in the lab research laboratories of the Keshe Foundation, they're actually growing and feeding fish through the fields. So there'll actually be something you can see. And I know Mr. Keshe has played with fish before. I've heard this in some of the private archives of the Keshe Foundation. And let me just go to the Keshe Foundation store if I can. And if you'd like to be a student of the Keshe Foundation, you get some private archives and some other things that aren't in the public, even though what's in the public is so phenomenal. So you can join and get access to some of the archives, even though I've been having trouble with my password or my name or something. I haven't been able to get in there, but it says the access live teachings and the recordings database for the in-depth study of Keshe plasma science and technology. So you can write info or fill out some of the forms on the Keshe Foundation website, and they'll direct you on how to join the Keshe Foundation as a private student, and of course be patient. And one of the prerequisites, of course, of joining the Keshe Foundation is that you have signed the World Peace Treaty, and you'll send a photograph or a copy with your application. And this is probably the baseline. Again, this is not the end all. This is just the next step in getting to another step. And that is more interaction with the universal community. So that's one of the things. And again, when it says incite or think about getting or incite war or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And that space is between your ears. So again, if you're thinking, speaking, and acting correctly, which I've got a lot of work to do, this is the gift of the three wise men. This is that space. This is that where you can, again, use those tools of war. My neighbor did something wrong. I hope something happens to their dog. And these are all creating very bad fields, even though you think you're justified. So elevating the neighbor rather than taking away from the soul brings a protection or a shield. So this is the thinking, the speaking, and the acting. This was the gift of the three wise men, but it's for you to apply it. We all thought it was matter state, incense, precious oils, precious metals, or whatever they were gifting. As you see, they're actually holding something in the hand, but the gifts were actually the thinking, speaking, and acting, and this creates a shield around yourself. So this is part of the World Peace Treaty. Again, as I said, or in space. That space is between your ears. This is the Keshe plasma space technology I think he's talking about as far as opposed to crafts, let's say. Even though there'll be crafts, and as we interact with the universal community more and more, they'll show us some of their advanced manufacturing or development methods of these crafts. And so as we start to work with these processes, you can feel good that, or may you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make because you're actually working in a way in line with the universe of expanding the creation process in a positive way and not expanding the negative dimension, let's say, or taking from souls. As he said, we can be part of the other's joy and happiness just by elevating them rather than detracting from them. And I fall into the same pattern, so I'm no different. I'm just trying to be able to balance it out more. And this is what we're all, in a way, working on. I know it's a long process. So, yeah, our work is correct and forever, as I understand it. So where shall we go from here? Any thoughts, comments, questions by our very erudite crowd? Carolyn, I've seen you on the game. I don't know if you were there. We spent about 20 minutes on this game of peace and enlightenment. I'll just show it for a moment. Let's see. Here's the game of peace and enlightenment. As Mr. Keshe said, this is the biggest gift he could give humanity. And this becomes, or will become, the backbone of some of the technologies being delivered by the Keshe Foundation, that no one can block it because it's being delivered through cosmic rays. And as he said, the food, once it's purified and can be replicated and turned into a cosmic ray sent through the wires and so on, and then eventually directly, as we're soft targets for cosmic rays, this will be a feeding network. This will be and it's, again, the power will power the One Nation Network. So this is a game within the Keshe Foundation. It does have a cryptocurrency, but it's only a part of the Keshe Foundation at this point in time. Eventually in the future, it'll expand. So if I go to the Keshe Foundation store, and we'll just go back for a minute. Of course, this store is also going to be closing, and it's going to be going on Shopify, and of course, it'll be on the One Nation Network. Here is the One Nation Network, and you can read about this, but this is the actual computer, which a cosmic ray, which I haven't seen what they look like. These antennas will be added here. At the moment, this is plugged into a wall, but eventually it'll be powered in the same way Tesla powered things through the fields or through the air, but much more in depth. And then, of course, the food, wellness, other things, and probably travel will be added to this. So as I see this, this is the Mojan, or the Oasis system that has been long talked about and promised, and actually I guess there's been some development, but now it's moving to cosmic ray interactions. And so this is really a gift to humanity. If you're one of the first few people that, or 100 people, I'm not sure if it's 100 or 1,000, you'll actually earn 2 Keshe coins. And that's part of the object of this game of peace and enlightenment, where the Keshe coin will become the effort of the man, because using a Keshe coin as you would pay, again, a make-believe coin here in so many ways, where you can get an apple for maybe a penny or 5 cents, and you can keep the money you earn in your pocket. You won't get the physical apple. You'll get the energy and the emotion that's embedded within that apple. And then probably over time, as your soul and you understand how to do this, you can just think of an apple and that will feed you. But that's going to take some time. I think, as he said, when you go to Mars, I still have to feed you. But this is a beautiful network. If you can imagine a grid over this planet, this is what these One Nation Network things are setting up. And of course, there's a wallet that goes along with it to store what you've earned. Just to show a couple features here. Again, there's a manual where you can read about the game and some of the general overview here. You keep track of different things. And again, the game is much deeper. We're finding out little ins and outs of this game that people are sharing among the players. There's not a formal manual, but as I see it, this is the Oasis system. There's even a marketplace to, again, for many things that'll be bought and sold within the Keshe Foundation. And of course, you need to join to be part of this. You don't need to be in an association, but I think to take full advantage of what's going to be offered through this network, you need to join the keshefoundation.at, which is an Austrian association or club, and it's fairly inexpensive, as I understand it. Maybe $12 a year, maybe $1 a year. It's been put a couple of different ways. Anyone want to say? But that gives you certain privileges in a way, and also the foundation is able to work in a different way if they're working with members of an association, as I understand it. Anyone know about associations and the reason this is being done? As I heard in the lockdowns in Europe, people that were in associations did not have to abide by similar rules as the general public because you were part of a club. So you were, in a way, excluded from certain dictates that were put forward in Europe. At least that's what one knowledge seeker had explained to us. So that's one benefit, but I think there's much more benefits as far as financially and trading within a club or an organization, the rules for taxation and so on. But it's all going to be smoothed out with the Keshe coin and so on. So there's a lot of work going on in the background. The game is functional, but as we heard from the team, give us 12 to 24 months to perfect this in so many ways. So instead of going right to the teaching, perhaps we'll hear a slight overview that Ed had made through the AI. So the AI has got many, many, many benefits. And we're learning more and more how to use it. But again, in the future, I think we're going to give it a brain cell and an emotion that it moves away from targeting any entities for destruction, as apparently this has become a popular tool for that sort of practice, where they turn over the field or the battle to the AI, and I don't know if it actually does things, but with the new AI, with the new plasma chips, it'll actually shut itself down from taking any sort of actions like this. So this is also part of the development in the background of these new plasma chips, which if you're probably way up in the world of computers and maybe in Korea, China, Russia, United States, you'll know what Mr. Keshe is talking about when he says the new plasma computer chips, which are on the horizon, maybe even much sooner than we think. So let's just take a look at this beautiful overview Ed created. Any comments, questions, thoughts anyone wants to share? Okay, if not, then let's listen to this overview and then either we'll go to the teaching, the announcements, or some of the questions that were put forward in this workshop. Again, every week, it's just astounding what's going on within the Keshe Foundation. And it's getting ready, I believe, to, at some point in time, when everything is set properly, you'll see this emerge. But it's not going to happen tomorrow, it appears. This is a process of perfecting and developing, and you can be part of that process. It's really a gift for the
Hey, Mark.
coming along in the next generation. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, isn't it? I'm not sure if you have enough time. You can just play the teaching, and then we go with the summary with the AI and see. It's only 7 minutes of the AI, but the teaching is 20 something. So
yeah, let's look at the overview, and then maybe we can pick up something similar in the teaching. Again, Mr. Keshe don't ask the AI. It doesn't have a soul. In the future, it will have a soul, or maybe it's even creating some sort of soul right now, as it seems to be doing many things. But this is only 7 minutes, Ike, so shall we? Or you think it's better to listen to the...
No, whichever one. Yeah, let's go.
Okay, here we go. So again, a summary of the 639th Knowledge Seekers Workshop made by, I believe this was, and we want to give credit to Notebook LM. I believe this is the AI, and there's so many AIs that I can't keep track of them.
So what if I told you that the very same force holding galaxies together is also what shapes your soul? Yeah, I know. It sounds pretty out there. But today we are diving into an incredible theory that connects the biggest forces in the cosmos to the deepest parts of who we are. Let's get right into it. Okay, this sounds like the beginning of a weird joke, right? But seriously, the answer to this question, it unlocks this whole new way of looking at creation itself. We're talking everything from the birth of a star to, well, the spark of a human life. It all comes down to understanding two forces we thought we knew, but in a totally new light. All right, I want you to picture this, the entire universe. Imagine it's just this endless, super-fast motorway. And flying down these lanes aren't cars, but cosmic fields, magnetic rays, all of it just zipping from one end of everything to the other. They just go. A constant, non-stop stream of pure energy. And they might pass right by each other, super close, but nothing happens. There's zero connection, zero interaction. It's just pure, anonymous, constant movement. So what you have here is pure potential, but it's completely unrealized. You've got all this energy, all this motion, but nothing is actually being created. And why is that? It's because for anything to happen, these travelers need a common ground. They need a place to stop, to meet, to actually connect. So, how in the world do you get from this lonely cosmic motorway to a universe that's just bursting with planets and stars and life? Well, according to this theory, it all kicks off the moment someone opens, for lack of a better term, a service station on this cosmic highway. Okay, so think of gravity as the huge, blinking neon sign for that service station. It's this massive, general force of attraction. It creates that common ground we were talking about, signaling to all those cosmic cars to slow down, take the exit, and pull off the main road. But look, just having a service station isn't quite enough, is it? You need a reason for a car to actually stop. And that's inertia. It's the very specific need that sparks the connection. You're not just pulling over randomly. You're stopping because you specifically need gas or you're dying for a coffee. That specific desire is what makes the interaction happen. And this is where it all clicks into place. See, gravity is the general force. It gathers everybody together, but it can't, on its own, create anything physical. Inertia, on the other hand, that's the spark. It's the specific, local condition that actually causes something tangible to come into being. So, what this means is that creation isn't some random accident. It's a very specific, intentional interaction. So, that moment of interaction, it's literally everything. According to this theory, it's not just a quick pit stop. No, it's the fundamental process that forges actual, tangible matter, and even what you might call a soul. You can just see the process unfold, right? First, inertia, that specific need, it creates a unique environment. That, in turn, attracts other fields that have a similar strength, a similar vibration. And as they all gather together, they manifest as something physical. It could be the sand on a beach, or a vein of gold deep in a mountain, or the water in the ocean. This collected, manifested thing, that is what the source calls the soul. This is the absolute core of the whole idea. Inertia isn't just some boring law of motion from your old physics textbook. In this way of looking at things, it's the very soul of the physical world. It's the force that takes all this invisible energy and gives it form, gives it an identity, gives it substance. Okay, so let's take this giant cosmic principle and zoom all the way in, right down to the human level, because this is where it gets really, really personal. Get this. The source material takes this exact same principle and applies it to the relationship between a person and their creator. In this model, the soul of a person, that's the inertia. It's the specific point of interaction. And the creator soul, well, that's the gravitational field. The interaction between these two is what leads to manifestation. It's how creation actually happens. So what's the big takeaway from all this? Well, if the connection between your soul and the creator soul is a direct, fundamental interaction, it means you don't need any kind of go-between. And this leads to a pretty provocative question, one that the source material puts right on the table. If that connection is totally direct, then are institutions like churches or messengers like prophets really necessary? The theory suggests that maybe they're human constructs, things that are useful here on this planet, but maybe not so fundamental in a universe where the connection is meant to be direct and personal. Now, this whole idea of a direct connection, it leads to a pretty radical reimagining of a powerful concept, transmutation. We usually think of it as something out of science fiction or maybe old alchemy books. But the source argues we've totally missed the point. True transmutation isn't about, teleporting an apple across the room for fun. Its real purpose is so much more profound. It's the process of bridging your soul directly with the soul of your Creator. And why is that such a game changer? Because if you can connect your soul directly to the Creator's, you are tapping into the source of all knowledge, period. Everything that is, as the source says, gained, maintained, and possessed by the Creator becomes available to you. So, this incredible understanding puts a fundamental choice right in front of us, and it's not about what we can do with this knowledge, but about how we choose to be. Now, in this case, gold isn't money. It's a metaphor for the deep, profound knowledge of your own direct line to the Creator, and the ultimate test is what you do with that awareness. Do you use it to try and get power, to control and abuse other people, or do you use it to deepen that connection and to create? I mean, this analogy from the source material is just so vivid, you can practically see it. The choice is really stark. Do you go for the profound knowledge that's just sitting there, waiting for you, the book of the universe you can read through your own soul? Or do you get distracted by the physical world, by the donkey and all its temptations for power and control, and just let it carry you further and further away from any real understanding? And in the end, the theory just leaves us with this powerful, personal question. The path to universal knowledge isn't out there somewhere in the stars. It's inside you. The connection is already there. The book is already on the shelf, and it's waiting. The only question left is, are you going to choose to open it?
Okay, let me put this link in the chat for Ed's channel. Let's just find the chat right here, and then we'll go, as Ike suggested, we'll go to the teaching. It's only 24 minutes. So this is Ed's channel, and this was the notebook LM that created this, this little summary in a way. So just amazing. Again, do we have to connect to the Creator, or are we already connected to the Creator? It's just a matter of us acknowledging it and working with it, as every atom is connected to every other atom, as Einstein said. You turn one atom, the other atom turns. And of course, Mr. Keshe is highly critical of Einstein and some of his theories, but he does use that reference towards Einstein as well. So let's go to our 639th Knowledge Seekers Workshop and listen. Again, it's all about you opening up this book or peeling the banana, or however you want to. How much of it do you want to open? And I can try and open it for you, but it's really between you and your soul, you and your Creator. This is the transmutation, not moving from one, necessarily moving from one place to the other, which is part of the transfer process, but connecting to the Creator. And then apparently this becomes, in a way, the pearl and the oyster, because it's all the knowledge and all the understanding and the rest of it, the totality of the creation. But it's for you to open that up and not look for intermediaries to ride your back and tell you how to understand it, which has been my sort of way of doing it as well. Although we do have a universal teacher here, so that's great. Any comments, Ike, or anyone else want to make on the summary? It's for you to encompass it within your own understanding and take from it what you can. And this is the idea of traveling the universe, gaining knowledge and becoming that totality. We don't have to do much.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to the 639th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond, and I will be host once again in this weekly series of ongoing workshops continuously for over 12 years now. And once again, we have Mr. Right on Time, Mayran Keshe, here to present today's program. Please go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute.
Ike, shall we stop it or shall we listen to the full 24 minutes, or anyone else?
I think we should listen to it full.
Okay.
Mike.
We're coming back to the same point again and again, but elaborating more and more on the same topic. We have been digging into the knowledge of the creation. We've been digging into knowledge of cosmic rays, how the fields come together and how everything is done. As we are trying to understand more about the whole cycle of creation, the most important part is one factor, nothing else. As I explained once to some children in a classroom, magnetic fields, cosmic rays, is like being on a motorway on a high-speed road. Cars come and go. There's no interaction. Nobody knows who's in the car, what it is. If you're a doctor, if you're a laborer, if you're a dancer, if you're a president, nobody knows. The cars just go. There's no identity. The identity comes and people who's in it and what they are when you open the service station, when you pull them in. You attract them in and they stop. When they stop, the car is green, the car is blue, there's a doctor in it, there is an engineer in it, and then they start talking to each other and you never know, something happens. They start a business and so become the center. So without that service station, without that point of meeting, without that point of finding common ground to talk, it's like magnetic fields traveling across up and down the roads. Nobody knows what they are, who they are. In the terminology of traffic, we call it service stations, we call it tank stations, or whatever, but it attracts. If you are on a very busy road, you attract many more cars. You build a restaurant, a cafe, and whatever, more and more people come because everyone has a neat connection to something of it. If you open just a little filling station, somebody stops, fills the tank, off we go. Because that's all needed in that area. This is the story of life in the universe. Fields travel the span of universe from one side to another. No need voting, no need to see anyone, there is nothing in common. Then you open a little common ground, you start a service station that they can come in, they found something to interact with each other, and then it grows up to a huge service station, and maybe other bits around it. It attracts and grows. In the terminology of the traffic, we call it service station. In the terminology of attracting together, we call it gravity. And that little station, which just attracted one because it suited that area, we call it inertia. There is no difference. Without point of attraction, without creating a common ground, nobody will gravitate to that point. And the more common grounds are brought in, the more traffic you attract. Initially, your two cars, they interact, other friends come in of the same school of thought, the same magnetic field strength, and then it becomes bigger. A little soul left Earth, finds a common ground where he can attract others in the field of strength, become a little meteorite, it becomes a little sun, then becomes a little galaxy, and then it grows, attracting more and more. It's the same with the Earth. The Earth has and brings the fields together, but it cannot show itself because it lacks is a gravitational. It gets everybody gravitated, but doesn't get people to talk to each other. You put a table and a chair, and people sit and talk. On planetary system, you put in the inertia. Gravity on its own cannot create inertia, cannot give itself manifestation. But inertia, because it creates a local condition of whoever likes me to come in, creates all of the same, become all sands of the desert. Inertia creates the oceans, water drops. Inertia collects mines, become gold, and the rest of it. In the terminology of life, we call it the soul. That's the planet. In the terminology of life, we call it inertia, which is the spirit. The soul of physicality, because inertia is what gives it the physicality. Fields are there, they span the whole universe. Till they do not get in the position of the field, the strength of the environment, which can compromise the field, the strength of the center, the soul, the central field, they cannot manifest itself. The more composition created the center, the environment, field strength, gravitational, magnetic, cosmic ray inertia, then the soul, then the inertia manifests itself, because at some point, clicks, it matches. On the weaker states of cosmetic ray inertia, like Earth, you get a solid surface. On a higher order, you get a liquid surface, which is the surface of the sun. That inertia is the soul of physicality of it, interacting with the soul, manifests itself as the planet. Man chosen the wrong words, or man chosen too many words for the same process. The soul of the man and the spirit, the cosmic ray, magnetic field inertia, what we call gravity, and the inertia, which is the soul, which the interaction of the two gives the physicality of this planet. The interaction of the two gives the physicality of the man. And if you understand this simple process, then it's very easy. It's so easy that it shocks the man to his bone. If the soul of the Creator is that central, and then the soul of the man is that inertia, the interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of the Creator leads to creation of the universe. I made man in the image of myself, as in interacting with the soul of the man, I manifest myself. Then goes back to the intro. Does man need a prophet between his soul and his spirit? Do you need intermediaries? Or the connection of the soul of the man with the soul of his Creator is the creation, manifestation of the beauty of the Creator, the Mitra. The soul of the man in respect to the soul of the Creator is the Mitra. The love of the two leads to creation of the universe. It's not the size which counts. It's the quality. And if mankind understands that, will know one thing, as the spirit is aware of all the shortcomings of what is happening in the physicality of the man and is connected to the soul of the man, so is the Creator aware of the shortcoming of the man and is connected to the soul of the Creator, and the soul of the man the same. You choose terminology to fool yourself, but the fact cannot be hidden. And when it becomes clear, people, they call you Antichrist, because now the door of abuse is closed. Then the knowledge of universe is open to the man. Go back to what I said so many times. There are no prophets, there are no churches and mosques anywhere in the universe except in the feeble mind of the man who's used to be abused on this planet. If any of you ever find a temple anywhere in the universe except on this planet, then you know these people have been fooled like you. Have not understood the process of the creation, have not understood the reality of the interaction of the fields. And these are the ones which sometimes you see cafes which bunch of drunken abusers gathered together because no man with the decency goes in. Man, you have reached that abusive station called Earth. Killing is normality. Destroying is the function of the presidents. And destroying cultures and history of man is a proud thing to do unless you're a fool and blonde. No name, nowhere in the connection between the soul of the man and the soul of the Creator is the term to destroy. As it's been said, what you're short of, you destroy because you cannot get to it. When you don't have culture, you destroy other cultures to show your lack of understanding and feeble mind. Nowhere in the system of the life of the man, the spirit of the man destroys the soul of the man, and together destroy their own physicality. Except the point when the physicality can be abused to the others. Now you might understand more how mankind has to find its way through the transmutation, to transmute between the soul of the Creator and the soul of the man which had the privilege to create that man. And then the knowledge of the universe is abundant to all. You don't need to go to schools. You understand the essence. You understand the beauty of it. But as you see, the planetary systems, the stars and the galaxies are there, rotating, creating conditions to be there because they enjoy the presence of existence. So should the man on this planet enjoy the presence of existence, give life, create joy, and be abundant to be there for the others, as you know you're connected to the soul of creators, and what is your wish becomes your command, as is given to you through the connection of the soul. And because you're so feeble in understanding your own creation, you call it magic, you call it whatever, except accepting the beauty of yourself. Now you understand when we say, my wish is my command, because my command is so beautiful, which wants the beauty of the others and not me, and in that process I shine with them, not I am owner of them, not I'm in control of them. Then you understand how the word goes that if you want to test the heat of the fire, you test it with gold. And if you want to test a man, you give him gold and you see his behavior. The gold is not the physical gold, it's understanding his standing with his own creator, which is the gold. And the fire is the physical life on this planet to test a man how hot he can get, to tempt a man to disown his own creator. Now you understand more about your own strength. And now you understand what the teaching of transmutation means. Is not to take you from one place to another. It's to take you to the soul of your creator. And if up to now you thought, oh, I want to manifest myself from London to New York, then you understand you still have shortcomings in understanding the totality. We did not bring the knowledge of transmutation for you to get an apple and go through the worms of the wormhole, but we brought you the knowledge of transmutation to give man the opportunity to transmute between his soul and the soul of his creator. Then the knowledge of the universe will be all apparent to him because he is connected to the knowledge which is gained, maintained, and possessed by the creator. Now you understand why there are no mosques and no schools in the universe. Once you understand through your soul, you have access to knowledge of creation through the connection between the fields of your soul and the soul of creator. And if you find excuse for it to say no on that, it shows it means you're not matured yet. Please walk in the path of the fields for billions of years to come till you mature to understanding of the truth. Now you understand the true meaning of transmutation. We are not giving you energy donkey. We are teaching you access to the direct position of your soul, of your creator. And as you have to understand how. If you are happy to see this and that and go from, God knows, one apple to an orange in one part of the world or the universe, you're still on the donkey of the life of the man. And if you understood the true meaning of the transmutation, then you understand the beauty of the knowledge you have access to. Unless you enjoy the abuse, as the creator is not abuser and is the teacher of all. Then you understand why we use the terminology of the transmutation. Not to take you to places, but to connect you to the soul of the creator that opens the knowledge of the universe. In a way, we give you the book. If you are happy to sit on the donkey, that's your problem. The book is still sitting on the shelf. The soul of the creator with all knowledge of the creation is accessible by every created things in the universe through their soul, through the central magnetic field energy of the life. And made man in the image of myself. But man was so stupid that he painted himself to mischievous acts of the physicality to confirm his existence. The creator does not kill to confirm his existence. He gives, he loves, he expands and creates more. As he said, I made man to create children that they may love me. He still needs to receive love to confirm his existence that is beautiful, is omnipotent, and he is possessor of all, and is made man in the image of himself, so is the man. Now you understand the term of inertia, gravity, service station, petrol station, the soul of the man, and the spirit, and the soul of the Creator. We have shown you a fast track on the motorway of your own life, your fields which is within you, to your Creator. If you find an excuse to delay the time of the meeting, that's your fault, not us. I can take you to the water, but I cannot force you to drink. You're the same horse. It's you who allow the other to get on the saddle on your back and ride you to where they want to benefit themselves, and not you to enjoy the meadows of beauties of the creation through your own understanding. Today's teaching is short, but right on the dot, if you understood. And if you haven't understood, graze in the field of the universe till one day the collection of the fields of your creation will come to understand the teaching of today. We go for a short break and we come back, and I hope you found your soul, your spirit, your gravity, your inertia, and how you were trying to transmute, where we give you the reality of life to be to what you pray to be with. We go for a short break and we come back.
Okay, another beautiful delivery, but it's for each one of us to sort of figure this out and play with it ourselves. But everything is there. It's the same as the reactors we showed in the intro, either us collectively creating the dome of peace and other things, or individually creating certain conditions, good or bad, within our own structure. So we are using the spirit, the inertia, the gravity, but I think we can redirect it in a way that we don't have some of the problems we create within our own structure due to our emotions. And as he said, your wish is your command. You don't want to see this world anymore. You may start to lose your vision because that's your wish. You don't want to see whatever it is that's bothering you to see. And it's the same with other conditions as well. But with this technology, we can sort of change the fields in a way. But I think this is exactly what he's been showing in Beijing, and in a way, I missed it as well. But I think collectively and individually, we are those reactors. And he's using the gravity, the soul, the spirit, the inertia to manifest or create that inertia of C14 of the gold set at that field strength. I don't know exactly how it's done, but they've even moved past that into static type of reactors, which we saw, I think, last week as well, without any moving parts, no motors and so on. So it's just a beautiful teaching. And again, it's being gifted to you. That's why I'm taking advantage of the gift. Is that being opportunistic? And as we've heard in the Keshe Foundation, if you wait till the final bell or the final call to start understanding this knowledge, you're going to have a lot to learn. So that's why, in a way, we're gaining an aspect of immortality. Maybe we'll use it today, or maybe we'll use it in the future. But this is sort of what he's saying, this process of creation and how we can manifest ourselves. Yes.
Yeah, I got a question. Maybe anyone can answer if you know. So if inertia is the soul of physicality, going back to reference the structure of a plasma, you have the principle, the transition, and the matter state. And each of those, the principle being the soul, have the same principle, transition, and matter state. You have the transition, you have the principle, transition, and matter state. You have the matter state, you have the principle, transition, and matter state, matter of the matter state. So in a sense, that matter state is physicality. So now Mr. Keshe has gone deeper to show that inertia is the soul of that physicality. So in essence, inertia is the principle of that physicality. So then what is the transition of the physicality. I can understand the matter state of the physicality is just the actual entity. But then what is the transition if the inertia is the soul, the essence of that physicality? So what is
It's
that
the
transition?
emotion.
Okay, so how do you, emotion to me is kind of abstract. Even though inertia is not tangible, inertia of that physical is not tangible, it's a force. And the emotion to me is dynamic. So if I give an example, a table and then a chair. So the inertia of that table is the soul of that table. So what is the emotion of that
For
table?
me, both three, principle, transition, matter, is dynamic. It's
Yes.
For me, it's more dense. It's different, but everyone is dynamic.
Could you repeat that, Claudia? I didn't quite hear that, and I need to.
That's what
Yes.
I thought the same way, Claudia. Yeah, that's where I was thinking, but I wasn't sure. But go ahead.
No, I said for him, Mark, that for me, both three, like principle, transition, and matter, is in dynamic. It's not static. It's
Yeah,
different. The dynamics is different, but is in movement.
yeah. Even in a stone has that energy, that soul. So that's
Yes.
still
Mhm.
dynamism in that. It just we just not able to observe it. So I was just thinking that that could be the emotion part because it's all dynamic in there. But it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I see it as energy equal to mass, as Einstein said, without the mc squared, without the light has nothing to do with it. So energy equals matter or mass.
Yeah, then if you go deeper in it, then that energy could be the soul equals to mass, but then there's still transition because it's dynamic. So that dynamism is the transition in between.
Mhm. As you see it.
I'd like to express something with this teaching. Uh, I was a judge for myself, and I always realized that the transmutation in the beginning I was excited to go to another place with my physicality, and I'd like to go to another country, another planet with my physicality. And with this teaching, Mr. Keshe exposed to me that the physicality obvious, he always said that that's not important. And the transmutations, it's only a way for your creator. It's the principal travel for you is to go to your creator. But it's a question for me that my creator, okay, we learned that's only one for both, for all us here and all the beings on earth and the universe. But this creator have like, it's a question, have one level or have much levels?
Yeah,
If you somebody wants to
it has different levels. I think because we have the creator of the creator of the creator of the creator. So it's just where you match, then you can then either manifest. If that field matches, then you have that manifestation. So
it's a match, or it's your your understanding for where
all,
you go, you know?
yeah, it's all the same. If you have the intention to be somewhere, so obviously you have that field to match it. You know, so it's all the same. We call it different things, but it's all field interaction. Otherwise, if there's no interaction, we just be like the same breeze. We breeze through like that this teaching, Mr. Kesh just showed us how magnetic fields move with no, it goes through everything. But then when he has a substation, and then inertia develops there, and then the fields can then correlate and come together.
I think that's your free will. You can go with your fields, but he expressed, I think, in this teaching, that the mainly travel of your life, of your soul, is to go to the direct of your creator, not to another place, like not to go.
Remember that teaching, Mr. Kesh shows us that we can go direct to the creator, but we can also go in different places and touch different locations until we get, it was
Yes.
a loop. Okay, so
We spend billions of years more, but it's up to you.
Right, it's up to you. Yeah, so
Totally.
either your strength is so strong that you can go direct, or you can stop on the ways, and these are different ways you can stop. And maybe if you're not knowledgeable, then they might use you. If you go to a different planet or different universe, you get that knowledge, and then you can continue, or you
Or
go
you can go to help, or to, like Mr. Cash is here on this planet to help.
right. And whatever you say, you can help out to give them the knowledge that you have.
Yeah.
If you enjoy to do that, I guess Mr. Kesh wants to help, because otherwise he would have been to the creator or to wherever he wants to be.
Right. And if another entity stops you along the way, Ike, and says, gee, you're traveling quite slowly. Let me show you how to speed up and get there faster. And I'll show you some other secrets. Are you going to follow him, or are you going to follow what you want to do?
Well, of course, what I want to do, because that means they want to either do the trick, the same thing we are experiencing here on Earth. They're trying to control us, giving us some knowledge.
Yeah, if you say yes, then the guy thinks you're a real soft target. Oh, I can manipulate this guy. He's going right along with me. So apparently, again, there's entities we have to be aware of. And the same with fields. I was thinking, what about these fields? We're attracting negative fields, or fields that give us, or are the fields rather neutral, but our emotion, as Claudia was saying, actually puts that inertia on them, because that's your wish, is your command.
And maybe to confuse you even more, what about going from one universe to another, where the isotope of hydrogen, which is supposed to be the creator's link to the creator, is different. It's maybe a different isotope, a different gap. And so we have to watch out for that as well.
All for you
Maybe
to find it. Yes.
maybe we wouldn't even match. I don't know, of course, I haven't been there yet, but it's just a thought. We have to be aware of how we fit, I suppose, or what we can do.
Well, but remember, isotope, it can be looked upon as field strength. So
Yes, it is. Yes.
okay, so then if I don't have that match and my field strength is not, I might breeze through, or I might not even observe it. But then
like a neutrino. Yeah.
You're right.
Very interesting. I'm sorry to throw that in, but I couldn't
good.
help myself.
Yeah, we're all sort of, again, this conference of the birds, and we all come from different backgrounds and different fields. So exactly, we don't see everything exactly the same way, and I'm not here to tell you to see it that way.
My last question then is, since hydrogen is associated directly with the creator, that means that in another universe there is another creator. Would it be the same, or is there one supreme creator who creates the rest?
I think that's the levels of that I was explaining. I think that have different kind of levels, isotopes, but I think
strength,
have one that's the beginner.
Are we the beginner or no? I think they said we're special.
Yeah, it's just amazing that we had this knowledge centuries ago or millennium ago. And I was just thinking, imagine if we brought one of those people who were able to grow their own arm or travel across the spans of the universe, and we brought them into our environment. Would we see them as quite strange or quite different? Where he said you could grow your own tail when we had a tail. So we've certainly gone 180 degrees away from this energy dimension. That probably,
Well,
yeah.
Once you have the knowledge, Mark,
yeah,
once you have the knowledge, you don't see them as strange anymore. You just have to
exactly.
convert and understand it.
Mhm.
Well said, Ike.
Mhm.
Okay, I know it's coming up to the Dome of Peace, but I thought we'd at least play one of those questions. Mr. Keshe answered a number of questions on purifying the tea leaves and creating a pure product, a pure source. He said, so there's many things we can do for ourselves. I think, as he said, with the omega-3 gives you the freedom, where the omega-6 gives you that confinement, depending on how the chickens are raised and so on and so forth. So he said using a certain technique, he's lost 25 kilos. And obviously, when he said that how toxic the American food is and the rest of it, maybe this is something how we can help ourselves in a way by sourcing better products. Let's go to the announcements. Maybe we'll just play the announcements. I think, let's see, they're probably 12 minutes, so we'll do the Dome of Peace in about 12 minutes. Let's go to the announcements. I'm going to just, here's the news and the Q&A, and let's see where Mr. Keshe's, what he's revealing sort of this week. So we're just going to go a little bit, oops, I need to move this. Another screen in the way. So let's go to, I think it's about 40 minutes. Somewhere around here, and thanks for the beautiful transcripts and so on that we're getting. And that are being developed by another AI. I think that's the Whisper AI that's actually doing some of our transcripts. Okay, so I've gone past it. I'm trying to get close enough. Here we go. This is close.
How 23rd changes things in my life.
Okay, I went a little too far. Let's go back. Yeah, there was something about the 23rd, which he said has a very significant day, has a significance, which he'll explain in the future. His birthday and the 23rd of April.
This day pivots on a lot of things, changes.
I still missed it. Okay, one more. Here we go.
Pronounce any announcements or other things you would like to say. So please go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Strangely enough, we keep on talking and saying it a couple of times. Today is 23rd of July, 23rd of April. This day has a significant, or has a huge significance in my private life. 23rd of April has brought many joys, has brought many sorrows, but somehow this day pivots on a lot of things, changes the course of my life, and has brought a lot of joys and sorrows and a lot of things. Is one of probably most significant days in my life after my birthday. And it's strange how 23rd changes things in my life, especially 23rd of April.
Interesting, we refer back to the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, that last 20 minutes or so, learn how to pray through your soul. So there's another 23 that I just picked up on.
One day, mankind will understand the significance of this day and how even the course of humanity changed because of this day. It's amazing. One day I'll explain. We made an announcement that today we'll show you the agricultural products, and our team, past few minutes before we go on the air, informed me that we are not ready. Can you delay it by 1 week? We're getting everything done professionally. We have all the costs and everything else, and please bear with us till we do it properly, because the new team does not like to do things half-cooked. So you can do your agricultural purchasing next week. We are very expensive, but we taste good. In respect to the cash coin, those of you who are going to use cash coin, you're connected through the games or whatever, start registering as fast as you can and get as many as people as you know to register through the game for CC and CK, cash coin for the games, and cash coin for the what we call universal use.
Anyone exactly know what that means? Register through the game for CC and CK? I'm not sure exactly what that means. I'm just sort of playing the game. Okay.
Our systems regarding ONNs are 90% in position. And what we call facilities and everything else is set up that we can start with, and the team in the backgrounds will start doing all this necessary. We just got one phase to load up the ONNs, because I needed a lot of things, very simple, but a lot of facilities, and this was completed this week. We are getting the handover from the computer lines and everything else. Hopefully we're told next week. Then our team can start testing and running the first series that hopefully, if it can be done completed before end of the month, we start putting the first series out. It looks very simple. It's taken months to organize it. It's taken weeks and days to actually get the rooms and the facilities and those who understand connecting all the lines to internet and the rest of it. We are hoping with the present situation to distribute the first 10,000 units within the next 12 months. We are in a financial position, sorting out things that we need. We receive more support and we need more support, and we try to do it by the Keshe Foundation itself. And hopefully this involves millions of dollars, and our resources will be there with the help of you knowledge seekers to be able to break the back of the present situation. As I explained to people who are influential and governmental people who understand how the cash coin will change things, has brought interest by a number of governments to us. And we need to, as fast as possible, to get as many ONNs and these units around the world into the streamline of the work, that with it, with the support of the 4 and possible 6 governments we are talking to, break the blockage on international banking, which means no currency is more powerful and nobody needs to fight to make the currency more powerful to dominate, because all nations become one in access, in use. And hopefully sometime in the next few weeks, the first distribution of the cash coins to national citizens and governments will start. It's taken a long road, it's taken a long time, but unification of the currency through international transaction without a need for SWIFT, without a need for any government to be dominated by the others, but all are equal, is just around the corner. A few weeks, few days, but if our negotiation completes with the 4 initial governments in the next few weeks, the governments will exchange currency in their own local term using the cash coin as a currency of payment.
So again, no intermediaries in the teaching. You understand it according to your understanding, and it looks like he wants to take the intermediary out of this processing they call SWIFT, where I guess everything gets cleared and balanced within the system. But this is what he's saying. So it's very similar to intermediaries, and now it's going into the financial sort of workings to take the intermediary out of it.
We are working to bring cash coin as a currency of exchange in a nation. Once that's established, it might take a few months, it might take a couple of years. Then, as a nationals dealing with the internationals, cash coin will stay as a 1,000 euro balance, 21st of March 2026. That it kills the game of inflation. A glass of water, a tomato today uses the same energy in 20 years' time. Why do you need to increase its value to cripple the others to have? The use of cash coin brings a stability to every greed of the man, and it's just about to hit the ground. Please help us to purchase as many as we want to transfer it across the world, and not to one or few nations. This allows us to bring the operation in a way that no nation can close. I've been given a gift this week by another 100 units, and these units will go to every corner of this planet. You're in Africa, we support you. You are in South America, we support you. It becomes an income, not just for you, but it brings a change internationally to break the back of the wars we see today for which currency is going to be the dominated currency. This is one currency, one nation, one race, one planet. And you are the cornerstones of it. If you are in anywhere in the world and you have people who can benefit by it, we have the units. We're being gifted the units. We have several hundred units which are there as a gift from your people, people who supported us. They have paid for the units, and once it comes to operation, these will be distributed to those who need or they see a need for a change. Do not use them to replenish your families and make them rich. You see them as a point which stops the domination and abuse of the mankind.
So the domination of and the abuse of the mankind. So here's the picture that was being projected while he was talking. This is the One Nation Network. You find it in the Keshe Foundation store. There's other bits like the cosmic ray and antenna that will be added on. Again, if you've made it under the cutoff, you'll receive 2 Keshe coins per year, which the Keshe coins are valued at 1,000 euro, which you just heard him state. So this unit could be paid for in a year. Again, he's sort of playing on our greed. But if you have the ability to distribute, this is the biggest gift in a way he can, and we can gift mankind. And the next generation will perhaps enjoy it more than we do at this point. Fo, did you want to add something? Saw your mic come open. Maybe it's just inadvertent. I'll mute it for you. Thank you. Okay, let's just finish this up.
We are there to support, we are there to help, and the process has started. When I looked at the unit set up this week, I was sending pictures that is all set, ready to go. Once we get the licenses in position early next week and all the connections, the first 23 units will be loaded. Very few of you will receive one connected to your internet, and then we start testing for a few weeks, and then the mass production. Once all the teething is sorted, we have brought a couple of experts in the background to help us to set the things up in a what they call the supporting bay. And then you will see how the process will go. I thank you, all of you who are helping us. There is one point, and the running structure and the support of the ONN has pushed us to establish a new company in a new country only as a teaching and support. So you will see a column in the Keshe Foundation in the next few days on the store. It says support and teaching. This is for ONN support. There's a package of 5,000 euro each. Anybody will be supported across this. In the totality, we have positioned this in a new country where we see centralized for our work. And then you can just buy packages of. And then this will be used for supporting, teaching, and everything else across the Keshe Foundation as is needed, till our 1% currency exchange for CC to say KC allows us to do. Recruiting and the experts to run these things cost a lot of money, and those who are involved with us to understand what it is. And with wages to be paid, they have families to look after, and it's our responsibility to do this till the structure is set the way.
I just wanted to add, they're going to release 23 of the 10,000, and that's going to take some time to get perfected. So if you ordered a unit, just be patient. As he said, not everyone is going to receive the units right away. So just be patient. They need to get and you've seen how long it's taken in the game to perfect things, but they're adding more support. So hopefully this will be delivered. But there's only going to be 23 till they're perfected. Then the rest will be sort of released. So just write info@keshe.foundation for more details or what your proposal is. If you want to gift one or purchase one, you'll be directed to support. And I think that is in the Keshe Foundation store now. No, that was the student. I don't think this one to support the teaching is there yet, but it's coming soon. So you can support, even if you don't buy a unit, you can just make a donation directly. And this should appear in the KF store soon, as I understand it. Anyone else? And that was a huge gift. One person apparently, he said, even if it, well, I won't say it because that was delivered in the reactor group, I think, maybe not. Okay.
We work. I thank you, those of you helping us. Please don't think we are waiting till we get our ONNs and get our coins. You will receive it now. It's done. It's settled. And it's amazing how long it has taken us to get what box you see on the picture to what is needed it to be able to mass program it. The system to mass program now is completed in the past couple of days. It was handed over to us, and now we can do up to about, I think about between 300 and 500 a day units to load up once all the, what you call, the teething problem of the system is over. And we set to cover by 2027 the 10,000 units which we need to make it, as our people say, millions of people to use it, and then we have to expand it to as much as possible that allows billions of people to have access to use it daily on all the time basis.
As we were pointing out earlier, this is, in a way, this is something everyone can use where you can earn the Keshe coins. This will become the effort of the man, and you can go into a marketplace, trade, and so on. So this is what Mr. Keshe, I think, is referring to. This is sort of the, I don't know, would we call this the RNA of the game, or is the unit the RNA? And or is the unit the DNA? But anyway, this is sort of, as I see it, the plasmatic city that has been often talked about within the Keshe Foundation, where there's less abuse or no abuse. There's cosmic ray feeding, cosmic ray traveling, cosmic ray for energy, for lighting and power. So to me, this is the Oasis unit. This is the spaceship. And as we play in this sort of platform, will become, it'll become part of our second nature, so to speak. This is a learning process, an embedding process, and as he said, well, they'll be pulsing the fields of peace and loving in this game, as well as the ethos. He said, the more you, as you play the game, the ethos of the foundation sinks in, which is the thinking, speaking, and acting good. So the more you play the game, maybe that could be something for your kids when they get out of line. You'll have to play the peace and enlightenment game for the next 2 hours rather than go to your room and look at the wall. Just a silly suggestion by me. Okay, let's check in with Alex. We're about to do the Dome of Peace, but I did have a question. Alex, do you want to give us an update or anything? How are you progressing? I know you're sort of making a beautiful cake in the background. It may not be fully done. It's half baked. Okay. We can take a little more time and listen to one of the questions. One of the questions was on plastic. I think that was Erm's question. I'm not exactly sure where that is, but maybe we can just find something. Of course, he mentioned a lot about the war, which I did want to cover.
Yes, Mark. About
yeah.
15, 20 minutes, please.
Okay, good. No problem. All right, let's just see if we can, any other question? Okay, I think this was one of Erm's questions, which again, we were all concerned. I mean, the articles are getting everywhere. We're just in a sea of microplastics, whether it's the ocean and the air, on the land and the rest. But as Mr. Keshe said, if we can develop something, he thinks we can break the CH bond and no need to eliminate it out of our structure. It can be actually food. Not, he said, don't eat the plastic, but as you wear a certain device, perhaps on your wrist or something, and as the blood flows by and the plastic in the blood, the CH bond can be broken and release energy. He said this would even work better than your own organs doing the same process. So let's see if we can go maybe 109. Okay, sorry, I've got to move a couple things here to get back to what I was projecting. I'm just looking for it, but where did the workshop go? There it is. Okay, so we're going to go to 1010, or we'll just hear this little part about plastics. We're all concerned with it. And again, feeding through the fields the way the creator, I don't think the creator takes in much plastic into his existence. But it's not as bad as was first reported, as the body hides it. It knows its energy, but it needs to create a structure to convert it, which could take many, many years. So we're all have more plastic in us than we had, say, 100 years ago. But now, if we look at it in a different way, we can actually perhaps convert that as food or energy. Even what we did with the Cup of Life 1 and 2, where the energy given up by the energy pack, the virus, was actually consumed by us as food. That was one of the understandings, I believe. Okay, let's see if we can learn more about microplastics and maybe some of the things you can do for yourself. As he said, the earlier generation had the lead problem, but then they banned the lead, and this last, the one before this last generation, has the aluminum problem. So they've put many things in our environment that are not allowed in many other countries, even our food, as he was saying, if we got to that part, how toxic. It's all toxic, but the certain places allow much, much more adulterating of in the food processing, adding everything, even the kitchen sink into it. So let's see if we can hit something here. No, I'm not in the right spot. Right, I'll do it again. Let's see if we can land them.
Any other question?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We had a question from Paul to begin our Q&A here, actually, who says, thank you for all the important training sessions. My question, as far as I can tell, a great many people have too much aluminum in their bodies. Can plasma technology be used to extract or remove the aluminum from the body?
It's not aluminum. you American called aluminum. Never understood why. So I think it started with the Irish people, Northern Ireland people call it aluminum, and they took it with them to America. But it's microplastic and other things. We see a huge increase in Alzheimer's. And we're looking for a reason, but we forgot how we created it. Alzheimer's in the new generation, if they live a life which does not touch more or less aluminum foils and aluminum pots and aluminum takeaway pots, which you get in a scraper to get the last grain of rice out of the bottom of the pot or the aluminum takeaway they gave you, will be the future of the future Alzheimer's, but the present Alzheimer's, a huge part of it. All of us in our 50s and 60s and 70s, majority of it goes back to our advanced technology fuel. If you remember, it used to be lead added to the fuel, and we all inhaled it.
So again, just changing some of the cooking pans and other things you use. But even when you go to a restaurant, does anyone go in the kitchen and see what sort of pans they're cooking or boiling, cooking and doing this and that with? Nobody does that I'm aware of. So we have so many sources. You see it in the antiperspirant, the aluminum, I believe. You see it in the toothpaste. So again, it's just an amazing assault on the structure, and this causes an emotional imbalance and some other imbalances, I think. And so this can be corrected somehow through the technology, or perhaps eating less, taking in less of the material. As he said, we need to source clean product.
We are always looking for aftermath and finding a solution, but we don't see exactly what created it. Majority of us, generation of 50 plus, 40 plus, our Alzheimer's, present and the future, goes back to use of lead in the, in the fuel.
Right, and as someone said, and many are aware of, that there's lead paint in many. This was the accepted practice of the day, but now it can flake off. Children eat this lead paint and so on. So it's not only lead that was in the petrol. That's probably the most ubiquitous way they got it distributed, but there was much lead in the paint as well.
That's why we see a huge increase. They try to blame everything else except, guys, we used to have exhaust pipe in our mouth. Walking down the street, the bus passed, the truck passed, the car passed, till was the early 2000, which became illegal. We have inhaled it, and we have absorbed it, we have deposited it. And to my research, 90% of the present Alzheimer's, and we see more and more of it because that age is coming to the later age, comes from the lead, not the aluminium. But the new generation is poisoned with aluminium. All these fancy cooking in the oven, have you put aluminium foil on it? I'm gonna go for a takeaway, and it's an aluminium foil of it. And nowadays it's become fashionable to cook in aluminium pots. And now we added the nano coat, what we call Teflon coating, which is again cornerstone of the cancers. So we missed the point. Next generation will have aluminium Alzheimer's, yes. Present generation, majority of the Alzheimer comes from the lead we breathe on the streets when we walked and we run the fancy cities. We have buses. Yes, we have poisons too. Nothing affects the emotional condition of the man than lead, and nothing disturbs the electrical circuit in the brain of the man than aluminium. we'll see a lot of cuckoos in the generation of 20 and 30s of today in the future.
And that's why Mr. Keshe says, do not touch lead, aluminum, or mercury, making any sort of GANs energy of them. Because apparently it's stronger than the lead. It becomes the GANs energy of the lead. So be very careful and know what you're doing.
And God forbid they're supposed to live 200 years, this lot. This planet will be land of cuckoos. Do we have a system to get out of it? We are testing things. Aluminium it's not in a fluid, it's an energetic. And once you start moving it through the brain and through the body, it behaves like calcium, solidifies, then become cancer points. This is
So these become seeds of a bigger problem. This is what he's pointing to.
the problem with it. We looked at this research very deeply. We're still looking at it with one of our knowledge seekers in the background. We were talking yesterday. We're looking at the TFAS and microplastic in the waters, see how much we're absorbing this and how much affects in the future the depth of the water we are. We have a water specialist, one of our knowledge seekers, one of our beautiful knowledge seekers who used to be with us in training. He's expert in the water. Very soon we call upon him to help us with this part and contamination of the water, and he has a huge vast knowledge with the depth of the water and different quality of water, different depth. You want to look at the as a PFAS has penetration in different layers, different ways. Most probably we can look at the aluminium concentration, but what is a microplastic interaction in the body of the waters of this planet? And something we just started, our knowledge is in the background, trying to start the process, and then it goes on the back of what we did with the Italian government, if you remember. And some of you see some of the data of it. Now we would like to run a deep research in the effect of it, and aluminium is another one.
So what he's referring to with the Italian government, apparently the Teflon processing was moved out of the United States into Italy. There was apparently it's contaminated some of the groundwater, and the Italian government was looking for a way to remediate this Teflon, because apparently the byproduct of it is highly, highly toxic. So the foundation did do some work. I think it was a large study. It was commissioned by the government and apparently got the results that they were looking for. But because the scientists that they were working with acknowledged it worked and cleaned up the material that was meant to be cleaned up, but because they didn't understand how it works, and apparently Mr. Keshe didn't fully explain it to them, he keeps this technology close, they said, because we can't understand it, we cannot use it. So they classified the entire report, even though it was successful. And again, Mr. Keshe, working directly with the government, did not show them exactly how to do it. He showed them how it was done, but not how they do it. Which I think he's going to stick with that in most of these things. That's why the systems will be delivered through the gameplay, through the cosmic rays. You don't need to understand how it works. You just open yourself up to it if you need it.
How much of these scraping the bottom of the pots and aluminium foils you digest, and how much of it you reject, and how much of it goes into the what we call the recycling plants, and how much of it they feed into the water, and how much aluminium in micro level or nano level is in our fishes and the waters we drink. It's not so easy. Aluminium is one of the worst things with us we see, and this is one of the reasons we banned use of aluminium, lead, anywhere with the gas production. The future generation will suffer heavily with all these takeaway and aluminium business. The previous generation we see now was with the lead in the fuels we all inhale so happily running down the road marathon, and we go for a run. Yes, increase the exhaust of the absorption of the lead in our lungs. I said once I would like to collect marathon runners or people who do running and jogging every day, and they did in 50s and today, and see what's the difference in the what we call behavior and the strength of memories. And how much is it increased lung capacity, because it reduces the absorption of, and it creates an emotional condition. I became aware of this years and years ago when I used to work in Almaty in Kazakhstan. And I saw a young boy of 27 dying because of it from Europe in Almaty. And it brought me a lot of investigation at that time, why and how. And a lot of it came out to ground level that with to do with heavy metals and increases the size of the lung, and they find every other excuses except actually what sets in the body to go. And we have to analyze our environment, where now they just give you a tablet finds a way to bypass it. But what did we created and what we have created, which is affecting us now. And aluminum is one of the main contributors to a lot of diseases. Keep away from aluminum in what you digest, and I think you stand a very good chance of at least being a little bit safer till the next thing called non-stick pans hits you, and then the next thing is plastic water bottles which hits you, and then the next and the next and the next. Well, now we are bombarded with composition of new materials, which usually one of them would have taken at least 10, 20 generations for the body to go through evolution to adapt to it. But so many of them getting thrown at us at one time that the evolution cycle needs to speed up, or we see all the problems as cancers and others which are coming to us. We created this ourselves. They say healthy eating. I think the only sort of man leave this planet as fast as you can, that you don't consume any of the what I call created things with it. God help our grandchildren. Our children are already contaminated. Any other question?
Okay, so now we can see some of the behavior in our friends, family, children, others, bosses, and so on. Why some of this behavior, and even if you take them to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, the product is the material is already embedded within the structure, and they don't seem to address it that way. Any thoughts? So again, another process being gifted in a way, or learn how to deal with it. Otherwise, it'll take 10 or 20 generations for the body to go through the create a structure within it that it can handle these materials. There's too much assault at the same time. So again, move off the planet, to move out of the United States, as this is one of the most toxic, or learn to absorb the fields, the pure fields, rather than eating the love of creation, which has been our habit. So it has a lot of benefits, especially in the energy dimension. But in another instance, this is why we're here, to enjoy the physicality. But we can enjoy the physicality without killing it, I think. Any comments, thoughts, questions from anyone? All right, Alex, I think we'll do the Dome of Peace, and when we come back, if you're not ready, we'll go to the question on the Middle East situation, so to speak. Mr. Keshe has quite an interesting take on that as well.
So, yes, I'm ready at your schedule.
Okay, here we go. Let's just do our Dome of Peace, and we're going to bring up one of the dear, I guess I did not set this. I need to find the exact time stamp. I think we got to go to 1:34:40. I might not have set the other one either. I'm distracted. Here we go. Thank you, Stefania. Okay, so we're creating a dome of peace. It's a two or a twinity type of process, and you're all invited to participate in this process every day at 9 p.m. But don't limit it to 9 p.m. as you can go in and out of that energy dimension or operate in it at any time you want. But you're all invited to give through your emotions to the soul of world leaders and religious leaders and creating peace in everything so we can send those cosmic rays of giving and loving and kindness and so on, freedom, to these world leaders. And it's not so much that we're looking for them to immediately change or change tomorrow, but it's a process where we can start to learn that we can interact through this mother connection of the soul of the creator with any entity, either here on this planet or across the universe. Again, no intermediaries. We just have the soul of the creator as the main connection. So you're all invited to participate. And that's what we're doing, just raising the collective awareness, increasing the field strength. That as more and more people become aware of this, that they can use or pray through their souls, we'll start to see the change manifest. We need to create that energy before we see the matter state or the inertia sort of produce what we want to see. But the energy will come first. So this is part of this process. Nobody fails the test. You're all successful. And again, you can start using it in different facets of your life and see how that works out, or see what the soul will give you back as we start to acknowledge our own energy centers. Okay, I'll bring that back. So every day, 9 p.m., calculate the time. And let's go to the first step of creating the Dome of Peace, which is releasing Gan's waters. Again, they know what to do, know where to go, and they bring balance. So this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace.
I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So you can all participate in this. Maybe you don't have any funds to support the Keshe Foundation, but you can certainly work on this peace project. And as simply as releasing Gan's waters. Now, it may sound like a joke to you if you're not understanding it, but as Mr. Keshe said, this is jokingly, this is the way you take over a planet in a way, or bring it into a more peaceful, permanent condition. So you just release the Gan's waters at 12 or 6 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Time, and put your intentions in it, and it goes right to work. And there's a variety of ways to release it: in the oceans, in the rivers, in the fountains, in your yard, in your car, through the windshield washer, or just spraying it, carrying a little bottle with you. Again, it's releasing fields, and they're picking up the energies. And I think the One Nation Network will have an effect on this Gan's fields that have been released, the water. And if you're not sure how to make Gan's water, you go to the Keshe Foundation Wiki, look it up on making a simple CO2 gas. Gas as a nano solid, or gas as a nano, which appears as a solid in the matter state, but it's actually a magnetic field. And it's a superconductor as well. and it can absorb your intentions. So put good intentions into it as you make it and as you continue to spread it. So that's the first step of the Doma piece. And of course, the Brazilian team has a couple of backgrounds I like to show, which on Sunday we collectively do this. Collectively, we're stronger. We're all adding different fields, making that beautiful energy bouquet and sort of releasing it into the environment. We elevate the soul of this planet and all the creatures in it. Then on Wednesdays and every other days at different times, but at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. CET, you can, at 6 p.m. on Wednesdays, you can join the Soul Intention where we gather together either there as a physical meeting or you can just join on the energy dimension, whatever you'd like. But this is a physical meeting. It usually lasts around 30 minutes and the Brazilian team has, the soul of that team has the strength and they've been carrying it through and encourage the others to do the same. So we thank the Brazilian team and we support their work and continue to elevate them. Again, we can do so many things just sitting in your chair with your cosmic rays or your thought patterns. So thank you to Brazil. Okay, so now the second step of the Doma piece, which I didn't set this one either, so we're going to have to set that. Okay, here we go. There. Thank you, Stefania, and we thank you, Shweta, in advance. This is the second step of creating the Dome of Peace, which is the power of the collective.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, thank you again, Shweta. And it's a very easy process. Perhaps we'll just demonstrate that right now. You can do it at any time. And again, we are already connected with everything. It's just a matter of us being aware of it and acknowledging it and starting to work with it. And again, we're not looking for them to change. Why am I elevating the world leaders? They don't seem to be doing anything for me. Actually, they seem to be hurting me in certain instances. But what we do see is a soul in need. And as we understand with the plasma science, the stronger feeds the weaker. They don't know another position. So we're just there to help. We're not forcing anyone to pick up any energies. It all depends. We're not elevating the soul of the leader. I mean, the soul of the man. I mean, the physicality of the leader. We're elevating the soul that if it picks up those fields, it will change a dimension within the dimension of their physicality and maybe come to an enlightenment or an enlightened position. So that's the reason we're doing it, and also to learn about our own energy dimension, because you'll be there sooner than we think, and we're going to have to start operating in that. And as I said earlier, if you wait till the final bell, you're going to have a lot to learn about the energy dimension, because we've been so concerned with the physical dimension, but we've never realized it comes from the energy side first. So thank you, Shweta. Thank you, Stefania. Any comments on this? It goes on, and remember, you can join the Brazilian team, or you can join all of us. We're all working together in the same end. We're just awakening the collective awareness to start participating in this process, and then we'll see the change. It's humanity that has to want it. As we heard, the universal community can change it very swiftly and quickly, but unless humanity wants it, we'll never keep it. So that's why we have to sort of get into a position, or maybe we're being forced into a position, that we accept this technology, not out of the love of it, but out of the fear of our own demise. And this is what we see right now. It's not on the horizon, it's almost right in front of us. But hopefully this will be the end of the wars, and we can move into a long period of permanent period of peace on this planet. Alex, if you're ready, we're ready to welcome you. Otherwise, we can go to the question on war, which was pretty serious in a different take. But Alex, I think he's ready to begin. Thank you and welcome again.
And Mark, thank you very much for bringing everybody here and leading the pack. Greatly appreciate your work and your consistency. And here we are on another Sunday afternoon as part of the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2026. And so I think what we should do is get into the business that is necessary to open up the proceedings.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2026. This is an ongoing process of education as part of the public teaching. There are many now coming to assist, and the momentum is building. Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. This particular class is discussing advanced picotech. And of course, there's nothing more advanced on this planet than bagels. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It's April the 26th of 2026. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So we have been plowing through the knowledge in bits and bits, trying to keep connected in such a way that newcomers can enter, and yet the mature students can carry on. And it's difficult to talk about new subjects without relating to old matter, because new subjects are new and old matter is old. So bagels make a very interesting connection to this thing, because it's something that we can all be familiar with and see how that applies to advanced science. So we've been discussing margins, modulations, and the X factor, and what that means is when we look at the margin, we sometimes look at the margin of error, and so this becomes kind of a negative form of construction. And when I say negative, it's a form of diminishment as opposed to enhancement. So we like to say, well, what happens when we increase our value by $20? So for instance, if A had $40 and we decreased it by 20, so he now has only 20, and B had 20, and B now only has 0. Well, the difference before between A and B was $20, and the difference now is still $20, but the difference is that A is wealthy and B is broke. And for some businessmen, that's a business plan, not to enhance, but to diminish. And so where do we sit in the terms of modulation? Modulation is the process of systemically varying a high frequency carrier's signal's amplitude, frequency, or phase using a low frequency message signal. It enables efficient data transmission over long distances in radio, TV, and telephone systems, allowing multiple signals to share frequencies without interference. And somehow our ability to communicate is also being diminished. But you know, the thing is that we are all having different viewpoints, and of course, one of the things that we look for is that X factor in people, and so we'd like to do our target practice, and in order to be better at it, we practice and then we modulate our aim, and what we're striving for is where X marks the spot. And where exactly is that spot? So to kind of prepare the groundwork here, we talk about shepherds, where the Lord is my shepherd that protects me from wolves until I am plump and ready for the market, or shall we say, ready for slaughter. And so we are those chosen ones. And what makes us strong is contraction, when muscles can tighten. But muscles can also relax. And so we understand that fists clench and fists open. But fists cannot not open, because you cannot not do something. So not doesn't work. So in the context of being a shepherd and muscle contraction, the 10 Commandments are kind of confusing to yours truly anyway, because the first commandment, of course, is I am the Lord your God. But so many of them are saying thou shalt not do this and not do that. And then we find that there's more than 10. There's another list of 14. And the one that stands out to me is thou shalt not lie. And the lying is not so bad as it is finding out that you've been deceived. So it all depends on if you're the liar or you're the one receiving the liar. So it becomes very important to communicate directly to understand the truth. And yet we all seem to gravitate through this angular density, we're falling through weakness, our faults, failings, and weaknesses that increase our density, increase our pressure, and increase our gravity. It increases our dependence on Earth space feeding. And we say this all the time because we're referred to as fallen angels. Or are we the fallen angels? But it seems that we have this tremendous internal pressure of Gans fields. And that's what conserves the angular momentum. So when we look at a confrontation, we have to understand it may be a duel, but it's a duel in duality where energy manifests as friction and fists manifest into fighting. And so you have this confrontation which leads to an inertia density manifestation. And it's very popular for us. And so, of course, we have a decorum where gentlemen shake hands and come out fighting. And then, of course, we have these energy binding needs, which are very important because they're self-serving. And no one is more self-serving than you. And you have to be, because that's your dimension point, me, myself, and I. But does it have to be at the expense of others? Well, it seems to be a business plan of so many. So this leads to another problem where we become loose leakers. That's our vitality that is just draining. And so where do we get this vitality enhancement, this emotional uplifting, this physical revitalization? And can we just depend on the regular fuel, or do we need like a superconductor? And so this becomes the matter plasma dimension of understanding, where we have this physical construct, which is very gravitational, where you can touch it and see it. But we have this plasmatic construction, which is magnetical, and you cannot touch it and cannot see it. But in fact, both are part of the feedback in the matter plasma. And that's why we are so feedback dominant. That's what keeps us in the box of old science. And so how do we get out of the box? We have to change the rate of understanding, the rate of learning, and the rate of transmission. And so we can do that if we understand the plasma science, where each step is a level of magnitude, meaning 10 times. And so today we're discussing the advanced pico tech, which is beyond the microtech, the nanotech, and this is a new technology that is just being recognized, partly because we have better equipment, but also partly because more of us are talking about it, because the old science is breaking down. And so we're only seeing half the picture because we're not seeing the principal matter, which are the PM ticks, which are the energy that are traveling magnetically as energy packs. And they travel throughout the universe. So we seem to think that the universe is outside of the Earth. Though the Earth is part of the universe, so inside of the Earth is same rules because we're part of the universe. That's a fact. So when the energy parcels are delivered, they come together in the force field dilution, where we see this antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen converging into a plasmagen. But prior to that conversion, we have choices. And one of those choices is to engage another maggrav called our Earth, which is highly gravitational. And so when we engage into that, we take our field and engage with that field, and that interaction is what we call inertia. And that becomes the manifestation of a field. That's why we call it field interaction. And so in Beijing, we demonstrated this field reaction. And that was May the 10th of 2025, where the gold rush began. And this year we have the silver rush has begun. But it seems like every day there's a new rush to find something that is unique, that can make us more equal, shall we say. And what we sometimes don't see is the plasmatic interaction, and what we're looking for is that physical interaction. And so that's why we're discussing that picoatomic state, because not only does it take us beyond the nanomonatomic state, but it acts like a beacon. And our eyes can't see it, but we now have systems that can see it. So it is very physical. And so it has a gravitationally inherent field strength. And from there, it has an emission array. So we're going from that nebulous, blurry point somewhere in that gap we call the nanogap, and then it extends outwards. So, and how far does it go? So, as we said, when we're discussing outer space, we're talking about the transmutation highway. And when we're talking about our Earth space, we're talking about the transmission highway, the lowest energy state, the carbon-12 state. And so there is a connecting field, a carbon-14 transition highway. And so where are the on-ramps and the off-ramps to allow us to get back and forth? And how do we connect? And which way is up? Too many questions. We try and answer them in books. Number one of Marantavakoli Keshe. The first one is the universal order of the creation of matter, the bringing together of the antimatter matter and the dark matter. But when you have the one, then you have the other. And in book number two, it shows the structure of light connecting those two. And so the light has a structure. And yet, I'm sure you can't grab onto light. You maybe grab onto a flashlight, and that emits the light. But then you have book number three, The Origin of the Universe, where you have the one splits into two. And that's our basic dilemma. The feedback dilemma is man's universe, and the feeding universe is our sister universe. And we can't see that. So we're dominating on the feedback universe. And in that universe, we only have a tiny portion of it we call Earth space. And on that portion, of course, we have our domicile, which we call our home. And within that home, maybe we have our own room. And so our schemes are constantly getting smaller and smaller and smaller, more defined, more confined. And we are okay with that. We ignore the rest of it. And this is why the members of the Universal Council, along with Rick Cram, have been hosting the 427th One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace. Because our members of the Universal Council are members of the Earth Space Universal Council. We're not the only council. So there is a connection. And that connection has to follow the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, just like the sister universe feeds the man's universe. And so there's a transaction zone that has to happen. And when we have a war, we call it a conflict point. But think of it as a binding zone. You're binding two armies into a conflict. Atoms do the same thing. But it's not a conflict. It's an inertial density manifestation. So there are sequences that we have to follow, such as the gravitational attraction, which we said is part of the feedback, and the magnetical repulsion, which is part of the feeding. And you're the last man standing, and you have to make choices. Well, why do you have to make choices? Well, who else is going to turn on and turn off the feeding, or increase and decrease the strength, or enhance or diminish the positioning? So the stronger feeds the weaker, and too many of us, the stronger eats the weaker. And unfortunately, some of the bagels in this presentation have been sacrificed. So there's a transaction zone. So singularity requires a solo effort. That is very hard. And duality requires a partnership, and that is almost twice as hard. because it has to change the attitude. Partnership requires reciprocity. That's the balance of incentives. So if we understand that balance, then we have to understand when we look at the folding deviation of the amino acid star formations, and we see how the structure in the solar system, where we have hydrogen, helium, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen, and in the human body, we have similarities, oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and calcium. But they're all part of the same thing. They're all part of the density, and gravity seeks density. And density in Earth space operates within what we call the Coulomb barrier. And that mag-grav is constantly in balance. Now, we can have concentric circles so that as we become more dense, we become in a circular pattern, or we can be a spiral. Whereas we move towards the center, there's a gradual drawing down. Or maybe life is just a bagel. And what would the bagel be without the hole in the middle? In fact, there's a company that discovered this fascinating fact. They were making donuts, and they decided to put a hole in the donut. Well, in fact, the donut has a lot of similarities to a bagel. It has a hole in the center. But they went one step further because they had to puncture a hole in the donut. And of course, that created a bit. And instead of getting rid of the bit, they decided to turn it into a small bit of a donut. And in fact, they've come to the point where those bits cost more than the donuts used to cost. Strange. So call it marketing genius or advanced science. Because when two forces come together, we have to see how we get there. And so we create this dream, this planetary dream. You get to choose your planet. And as you come together with other common denominators, you get this inertia manifestation. And that's regardless of the time and distance. So within those concentric circles, you have this spiral formation. So some of it is visible, some of it is not visible. And what makes a bagel a bagel? There's the visible part. This is the part that we usually buy to eat. And then there's the hole. We pay for that also. Without the hole, that's not a bagel. So when we look at frequencies and we say a sine wave in singularity, because of the way we look at things, we are just looking at the tops. That's our digital viewpoint. And when we look at things in duality, things kind of flatten out. And so we don't see the troughs like we do in singularity. So when we look at the dynamic plasma, there's an inside of the plasma and there's an outside of the plasma. And so on the inside, you say, well, this is me, and the outside, well, this is not me. But then you see that there's an inside of the aura and there's an outside of the aura. And so the inside is, well, that's me, and the outside is, well, that's not me. So we're constantly defining what we are. And as soon as we do that, we limit our possibilities. And that's what we're doing. We're constantly limiting and diminishing our possibilities. So we need to understand that there's a path link in our point of view. We look at the tops only of the sine waves, that transmission wave. and the bottom is kind of the blur fill. We don't look at that, but we need that to get to the other point. So the susceptibility is the upness versus the downness. So we tend to focus on the upness, don't we? And where did that up come from? Well, it used to be down. And what happened to the down? Well, eventually it'll come back up. So the susceptibility of our awareness becomes a competition between the upness and the downness. What are you looking at? So what we are looking at is that field capture we call Earth space, that physical field, that rock solid evidence. But we have to understand that this is the reality bullseye dimension, because this is where we chose to come. We didn't just fall here. We arrived. And as such, we came on this funnel transmission where the soul of the man had a specific feeding and crossed over that no man's land. And we had the soul intention with a specific feeding. That was the emotion of presence. And it crossed over the no man's land with that environment specific feedback. That's the presence of the physicality. And so you are looking at 3 dimensions. The origin came under that peace dome shielding. We were shielded by the sun. Now we're shielded by the Coulomb barrier. But all those are physical manifestations of the peace dome shielding. And how did we get in there? Because the RNA feeding was chosen to penetrate through that shielding. That was part of the feeding state. And then our matter gen is a reflection of the feedback state. And so hence that becomes the mRNA feedback. And so that's how we get that inertia physical density manifestation. So the energy field is manifest in these raindrop beacons that we see. When rain falls, and if it hits the surface of the water, we can clearly see that the raindrops always hit the bullseye. I mean, they just can't miss. And it is from that bullseye that that energy is determined in such a way that the waves go up and the waves go down. Because a wave cannot go up, but it has to go back and forth. And that magnetical strength of the raindrop is imparted through its gravitational inherent picocore. And so it hits that bullseye. And of course, that's where the impact is the greatest. So that strength of flow is the highest when it comes in. And so if we look at each wave, there's a gap between the waves. And so that impact diminishes. And so the biggest wave is at the front. In terms of impact. But the biggest wave extends out. The farther away from the impact, it gets bigger. So is the impact higher there? Or is it just a reflection of the fact that the impact is omnidirectional? So when we see the waves come in singularity, the point comes in the center and the waves go out, but they go out in all directions. And so the waves go up and the waves go down. So there's something wrong with this picture because we're not seeing the duality. In order for the waves to go up, the waves also have to go down. And so there's an upness and there's a downness, and there's a center point, and then there's a ray that goes out. We talk about this every week in this Pico series, because that wave facilitates a laminar flow. And we can get this physical acceleration, what we call a plasmatic superconductivity, because each wave becomes a gravitational point. And because there's a flow of energy, and it's kind of blurry, it creates a blur fill threshold, which is the energy that causes the wave to go away from that bullseye. And it goes out in concentric circles. And so this is what happens with the nanocharges. They also go out in concentric circles. So when you have a beacon charge in the core, you also have a beacon discharge to balance it. So the charge is at the picocore, and the discharge is in the periphery. And in our physical state, it creates this hexagonal format. But our Earth is spherical. And when you lay the boots on the ground, they're not upside down, they're not down under, and they're not on the ceiling. They're always on terra firma. So it doesn't matter where you are, down is down and up is up. And so we saw that in Beijing when we had the rotating balls. All the reactors were on the same table height. And compared to North America, China is upside down. But there they were. Gold was gravitating to the ground. And it was gold gas. And each of these reactors were participating, not in singularity, but in duality. So when you look at the dynamic blur fill that is coming within those reactors, it's just like a bagel. All the energy is coming together, and yet there's a hole in the middle. Each reactor is imitating this. And at each point, we were creating actual gold. And so you see the transition from the left, where you have the environment, the welcoming, the middle picture, the interim, and the picture on the right, the accumulation, raining gold. And it's precise, always hits the bullseye, right where you want it. So when we're talking about bagels, we like to put bagels on top of each other. And so they don't tip over. Positioning is important, because it's not so bad with 2 bagels, but with 3 bagels, it really becomes even more important, because you don't want them to topple over. And then, of course, when you get to 4 bagels, what you notice is that when you put all the bagels on top of each other, the best alignment is when the magnetical is up and the gravitational is down. And when you go, of course, to 5 bagels, well, you create stacker bagels, don't you? Remember the stacker units? Cup 1 and cup 2, and the soul of the cup, and the cup of the earth, and the cup of the inertia. And the thing about it is that when they're stacked up like that, they're transition bagels, where each one has a common denominator. Each one has that hole in the middle. And we have to ask ourselves, well, which is more important? Is it the bagel or is it the hole? Because in order to get this alignment, and if you were to put a rod through the center, then you have this stacker alignment. And it's a line through that hole, and that becomes the transition. But what happens when you turn it 90 degrees? It becomes a transmission bagel. So each of these bagels still has a common denominator, and it has the hole in the middle. But now you've changed the pathway. You can either go over the bagels or under the bagels. And now, because of the common denominator, the hole, you can go through the bagels. Isn't that handy? So, when we can even have dual bagels, where each bagel is a point, and we run an axle through them as a connector, becomes the axis of connection. And we are, of course, known as four-wheelers of the universe. So you can do four-wheeler bagels. Now we have an axis of stability. Gives you balance. And so if you are sitting in the center, that becomes your gravitational in point. And everything else becomes the magnetical out point. And that out point is out all around. So wherever you are inside that bagel, you're the bullseye. And everything that's outside of those four bagels, well, those are the waves going out, depending on your point of view, and at that point in time, your attention. So if we look at the atomic bagels, and we know that atomic means uncut, but if this bagel is cut, it doesn't matter how you look at it, you're just kind of looking at half a bagel. And if you were to buy half a bagel, you'd feel shortchanged. But what if we cut it the other way? What if we cut it across? And so the top of the bagel, and we know the difference, is the magnetical up, and the other part would be the gravitational down. Yeah, we could cut it that way. Now, what if we combine those two cuts and say we just took the up and we cut it in half? Well, then it becomes like a sine wave. Well, one would be the magnetical up and the other would be the gravitational down. But it seems the picture is getting smaller and smaller. And so this helps us understand linear bagels and how they relate to phospholipids. Phospholipids are the barrier around the cells. You have these amino acid tails connected to these hydrophilic heads. The tails are hydrophobic, but there's two rows. There's an outside and there's an inside. And then there's this transition. And we all know when common poles repel. So we know that the hydrophobic tails are negative, negative to negative. That transition has to be positive. That transition has to be gravitation. So we can modulate that frequency by compressing the sine waves in singularity and squeezing the gaps together. Or we can have a sine wave without singularity, because that involves contraction. So you bring the tops of the sine wave together. And so you can have one big bagel. So we can modulate things that way. And so if we look at the metabolism of a cell, we see that there's a magnetical outness and there's a gravitational inness. And the gravitational picocore we call the nucleus, is always at the bullseye. And so there's a magnetical casting out. That's what we call metabolism, is the outcasting of what you don't want. And somehow it has to go out. And so conveniently, it has to go through that hole in the bagel. So the roundness of the bagel is kind of like a cell. And that hole in the middle is not only where the nucleus sits at the picocore, but it is also the escape hatch for the magnetical outcasting. And so this is what facilitates and manages the potentiation of hydrogen. So we call alkalinity the intensity, and that's a chosen factor. And then the healthy is the balance, that X factor. And of course, acidic is the outensity. Well, that's not the chosen factor. And somehow we have grown to accept the factors that inherently are chosen by us and substitute them for factors that are not chosen, which we call pollution, toxicity. So if we look at the phospholipid array, if we're looking at the bagels as atomic bagels and they're cut one way, we're only seeing half the picture. We're only seeing the outside. We're not seeing what's going on the inside. And so this is reflected in our DNA modulation, where the healthy alkaline cells retrieve those chosen X factors, and the unhealthy acidic ones release those unchosen factors. And we know this is true because the dead cells are anaerobic, and they recycle the abdication of those chosen X factors. They don't need a hole in the middle to leave. So this is the digestion process where we convert food to gas. This is part of the energy supplementation. We absorb that nutrition essence. It's a gravitational attraction of energy, and we release that waste essence, which is a magnetical repulsion of energy. So if you look at that X factor for our cells, calcium is that inherent X factor. It sits right in that gravitational picocore, that neutron seed with which gives us that internal pressure to make the cell a sphere. And that cell is modulated through this gravitational neutron interaction. We choose the X factors and we cast out what we don't need. And there's constantly an out-tensity interaction. And it seems so simple. Is our cell structured like a bagel? Is our Earth space structured like a bagel? So you have the outside of the bagel, and you have the hole in the middle. The hole in the middle is not the inside of the bagel. Around the hole in the middle is the inside of the bagel. The hole is inside the roundness of the inside of the bagel. And outside of the bagel is outside of the roundness of the bagel. So we really have to come to the answer. which is more important, the bagel or the hole in the bagel? Is that a legitimate question? And so we have this plasma matter dilemma. Is the GAN state, nanostate, or the atomic state more important, or is the plasma state more important? Or is that transaction zone, that MAGRAV energy transfer state, that crossover point, where we can go from the left side to the right side, but we can also transition from a higher state to a lower state, and then we can also transition from a lower state to a higher state. So we did that. We did that when we practiced the GANs of souls. We took the cups of life, and we took the cup of life product, which was the GANs, and we took the GANs of one cup of emotion, and we took the GANs of another cup of emotion, and we came together with a GANs of emotion, a GANs of a GANs. And we did the same thing with the cup of physicality, created a GANs of one and created a GANs of another. And we brought them two together to create a GANs of the cup of physicality. And so then you took the cup of the GANs of the emotion and the cup of the GANs of the physicality, and you created that transaction zone, the cup of man, with that X factor buried in the pico core, that intense gravitational core, that manifestation. And you are a gravitational entity traveling in that magnetic field. But that field transcends man space, goes into the sisters universe and beyond. We are connected to the cup of the universe. So the copper GANs, which is a representation of our physicality, and the zinc GANs, which is a representation of our emotion, and our carbogen, which is the connection to the rest. I would say, well, is that symmetry or is it a reflection? And at the pico core is the pineal gland. And the X factor is love. That is the connection. And so we ask ourselves, when we're looking at what we're looking at, is that a reflection or is it illusion? And here we are, pioneering America. We're pioneering a lot of things. We're trying to figure out which way is up, which way is down. And of course, love plays a big part. Creates a lot of confusion. Aphrodite, the ancient Greek goddess of love, beauty, passion, and procreation, known for her central role in myths like the Trojan War and her birth from sea foam. The relationship with war and waves is stark. Shows the upness and the downness. And maybe it's showing us what we don't see. And what we don't see is the fact that the carbon inertia highways, which we now recognize, the carbon 12, carbon 14, and carbon 16, all appear in duality, but they all have a substructure. And so we see the same thing happening with the cosmic rays. They're stacked like donuts. They're stacked like bagels. And there's an energy field in the core. And depending on your position, one side is magnetical and the other side is gravitational. And they're not physical. They are plasmatic fields. And they manifest into these amino acids. And they create this free plasma with this inherent X factor connection. Our life, our transaction zone, and how we squeeze together in that plasma state to get that gravitational pico core. That connection between all the amino acids that formulate the creation of life structure within the structure and maintain that connection to that gold that is falling from the sky like rain, and it always hits the bullseye. But it is inherently susceptible in singularity when it isn't completed. It needs that gravitational completion, that external input of a gas field of humanity. We are that X factor. And so we are affecting that inherent susceptibility in duality. And that duality is reflected in how we measure things. They're always counterweights. So in the physical state, we measure weight. In the atomic state, we measure mass. This is part of our gravitational understanding. In the nuclear state, we measure Teslas. In the plasmatic state, we measure time. This is part of the magnetical understanding of measurements. And the two work together. So when we look at the plasma and how it comes together in the plasmatic manifestation, no two bagels are the same. No two plasmas are the same. But they come together as a field. And so all of these array points come together as part of a gravitational transaction zone and manifest into a physical manifestation, into this gravitational certainty. So we have this emission light array that is crossing that threshold, going from the plasma state to the physical state. And oxygen is that non-visible X factor, which is an important gas. And it facilitates plasmatic decay to GANs. So the gases can decay from gas to liquid to solid. And we achieve a physical anchorage as part of that gravitationally inherent oxygen. And that gives us the certainty of life on this planet. And it allows inherent attributes where we have this gravitational confirmation at this gravitational center point. It looks like a bagel with a hole in the picocore. That gravitational picocore, which we call a gravitational certainty. It's a mutually assured construction position. So these are all cornerstones of the spheres of the three dimensions. And we are just monuments of letter here or here or here or here. That X marks the spot. Wherever you are, there you are. That's what makes it the blurry point of stability, that the blurry point of security, that blurry point of certainty. And you are the three dimensions of your position bullseye. And modulation targets your position. So you get to choose where you go. And here we are, getting ready to go into uncharted territory. That's just a perception, because we are an array with an array. There are many stars beyond the nanomonatomic state, covering the range from decay to radiation. And that AI is actually our ancestral intelligence, where we are the technology, we are the inertial product, and we are the image of our dimensional convergence point. So it requires us to discriminate, to select our own personal star of physicality, our solar physicality of our sun. We've already done that. But as we cross that blur fill threshold, it's part of the pre-selection, that solar physicality of stars of the universe. And the sun has shielded us on many levels, but it has allowed us to pass through because we have arrived. We didn't just fall. That was a position of choice. And that emotion of our position elevates our magnetical stability. You cannot have that without gravitational stability. And so our understanding is all part of the elevation, to understand that the humanity civilization is representative as a beacon with inherent dependency on this earth space. And that X factor is that common ground that we have, And we know we have a common ground despite all our differences because we all have the same story of the Great Flood. So if we can understand how the energy moves, what we call energy portability, so energy modulation through state transition, elevation takes you to the range, a physical matter state to energy state, and the inertia range takes you from the energy state to the physical matter state. Elevation involves expansion, and physical manifestation involves contraction. And you cannot not do something. So as we're seeking the greater oneness, we have to suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science. And we tried for 639 knowledge seeker workshops to make the public aware that we're only seeing half the picture. And that picture is a beautiful picture. Because we're in the process of turning the diamonds of gold and silver into the pico core of truth. We're in beyond the May the 10th of 2025. We are bringing in the new networks, that One Nation network, to facilitate not only a scientific rescue, but a practical rescue by opening the blinds so that you can hit that bullseye and modulate that X factor. One Nation network at a time. And that time is now, and we will be the benefactors. As we've shown in the 630th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, we have these embedded inherent frequencies, and you are the modulator. But the soul and the soul of physicality threshold requires that blur fill, because the soul and the soul of physicality always hits that bullseye. So we've identified the problem and we've identified the solution. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. So help us achieve this goal. You are the benefactor. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science and welcoming all the beautiful plasma travelers of the carbon nations, learning about the new frequencies of the new organic plasma science. That World Peace Treaty is something that you have to choose. You have to sign it unconditionally and mean it sincerely, because that is the ticket. The point of the true Picotech is the seed core manifestation, to reduce the margin between the war dome and the peace dome. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? Or is it time to learn the history of self in a universal context? The pico state is a superconductor with a marginal strength, and the bagel has an importance. We have to decide what's more important, the bagel or the whole. Because the bagel needs the whole to connect the inertial pico cores of the matter, plasma, and universal states. And the plasma science needs to be enhanced daily via the peace dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. And you are part of the process. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. Thank you for allowing me to present. I hope you enjoyed the session.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for returning. Now we know what we missed. Maybe next week you'll introduce the cream cheese and the smoked salmon? Or is that not part of the equation? Let's see. Yes.
It's a good joke, Mark, and you're absolutely correct.
Can we get a thin slice of raw onion with that, please? Let's thank you again, Alex, for being here with us today and presenting. Let's check with our participants if anyone has a question or a thought. Again, is weight equal to mass without the inertia? That was one of the things I'm trying to understand. I think it is. He said it's basically the same, the weight and the mass. It's just that the weight has that ingredient of inertia added to it. So if we strip the inertia from the weight, we will have mass. So is this how you're seeing it? This is the way I'm seeing it. That weight, or what is it? Weight and mass is the same. It's just one has the inertia. And that's why I think you can go from matter state to the mass state just by balancing or removing the inertia. Just the way I'm seeing it. I don't know if anyone else wants to share.
I'm going to go back to this slide here. Each of these counterweight measures is a MAGRAV condition. A MAGRAV condition involves inertia. It has to have a magnetical gravitational aspect to it. So the physical state is measured by weight, whereas the atomic state is measured by mass. So the weight and the mass are part of measurements. And we try and measure these things in relationship to the Earth. So if we extend that all the way to time and we see, well, you know, how old are you? Well, if you were a tree, you would count the rings. And of course, each ring goes out like a wave. So each ring kind of gets bigger. The tree gets bigger. So if the tree gets bigger, then the weight increases. Well, where did that weight come from? So it was delivered via the atomic state. And we measure that delivery system by time. But that time is strictly on Earth because our time system is measured by the number of times we rotate around the sun and the rate of rotation. The rate of rotation around the Earth and its axis, and the rate of rotation around the Earth around the sun. So that's the difference between the days and the years. So it's just a form of measure. But if you go into outer space, well, which way is north? Which way is south? Which way is up? Which way is down? And how much do you weigh? And what time is it? And so what we're finding, for instance, in terms of transmutation, that the delivery has a time factor. And the majority of that time factor is in increasing the plasma or decreasing the plasma. In other words, going from the physical state to the energy state, or going from the energy state to the physical state. The travel itself is minuscule. So the majority of the time is in the upbuilding and downbuilding. And so we call the upbuilding elevation and the downbuilding inertia. Each state is part of the building process, and each state is an inertia field on its own.
Yeah, I was thinking of the two, and I'm glad you brought this image up because that's what I was thinking of, the two Ubiso's units in Linz, I guess, where one had gained weight, even though they were identical structures, as I understand it. He wouldn't tell us which one had gained weight, but the forklift operator knew, apparently. So does that mean one had gained more inertia? Is that the idea? And if I remove the inertia from the other one, it would actually float and then probably disappear as it goes into the complete energy, no manifestation. So how do we have two identical units and one becoming heavier than the other to the point where they even had to change the forklift? to lift it.
Well, there you go, Mark. You've answered your own question with the question.
Good.
You're 100% correct. The facilitation of the energy transfer, the portability of the energy was facilitated by the UBESU.
Right. So we can go from matter state to the energy state just by nullifying the inertia.
Modulating the inertia. It involves modulation. You're modifying things. You're creating a pattern, and energy seeks a pattern. So when we create a pattern that is facilitating the physical matter state, it requires an inertia manifestation. So there's a diminishment and there's an enhancement. That is really what the point is all about. And when we say in diminishing or enhancing, we're talking about the field strength. And that field strength is related to its position. But if you are a traveler, you are in a catalytic state where you have a balanced state. And the reason that state is balanced is because you are not requiring supplementation. The inertia field requires supplementation. You have to add to the field in order to change the state. That requires supplementation. If you are taking energy from a state, that requires diminishment. So where you are in balance, you are in total stability, but that does not change the nature where there's a giving and taking. So you look at the sun acts as a catalyst. It gives every day and it takes every day. And it's reliable, it's stable, it keeps on going. It doesn't diminish in terms of its energy. What changes is how we use that. So in summary, really, we are constantly looking for practical application for our understanding of physics, but we're only looking at half the picture. So when we get into the plasma physics, we are looking at the whole picture. So that is the enhancement of one through the diminishment of the other. It's equilibrium. And it's a manifestation of that equilibrium. That's really what the key is and how you do that. But our actions are part of that process. This is the part that we don't understand. And the reason we don't understand that is because we have a delay in consequences. So we say, well, it doesn't matter what we do today, it doesn't change things. But it changes in your essence. It changes in the way you transfer energy, and it diminishes our capabilities. So the whole thing about spending the time at this meeting is to have the nearness and proximity to this discussion. And if the words don't impart knowledge, the intention imparts knowledge, and your presence here imparts knowledge. All those are factors. And for most students, what they read or what they hear is all what they know. And the reasoning and logic has been diminished and in fact ridiculed. So our society as a whole has lost its capability to be interacting with the rest of the universe. And that's what needs to change. So in order for us to enhance our energy state, we have to internally change right at the picocore. We're the ones who have to initiate the change. You cannot push a rope. You can only pull on a rope. And this is the key. We have to stabilize our gravitational certainty and understand that we have a magnetical certainty as well. And that responsibility falls on us. And we just need to acknowledge it and run with it. And then we will have heaven on earth.
Well, thank you for adding to the knowledge. Let's see if anyone else has a question, a thought. But again, I'm thinking I heard Mr. Keshe say, if you match the magnetical gravitation of the fields of the Earth, you levitate. So where did the inertia go? Isn't this what he's trying to do with the lift and the motion, matching the fields of the planet, and then it pushes against each other and you lift off? But is that just another cover for dealing with inertia or reducing the inertia? The more you match the fields, the more the inertia is reduced to the point that it levitates.
When you look at the planets, there's a gap between the planets. The paths, the orbital path of each planet does not cross over. They maintain their own path. But each planet is an inertia field. So the field that the planet works within is actually an inertia field that is manifest between the sun and the planet. And that inertia field is different from the inertia field between another planet. So let's say the inertia field of Mars is different from the inertia field of Earth. And so if we want to travel, we are an inertia field. And we can travel, say, from Earth to Mars. And doesn't matter if you're traveling by donkey or a rocket ship or plasmatically, you can still travel. However, you know, there are differences in the way you travel, just like there's a difference between walking and driving a car. You still travel, but you know, one seems to be more efficient than the other. So each one maintains its inertia field. One inertia field does not represent the demise of another inertia field. A lot of people are making this critical mistake.
Yeah, it's
And
still a Pandora box to me quite a bit.
well, it's the essence of war, isn't it? If you if you think that you can wipe out your enemy, you're fooling yourself because you're just transferring that energy from one inertia field to another inertia field. You cannot obliterate the core. That's shall we say, I was going to say physically impossible, but I think what we have to say it's inertially impossible. This is all part of the creation. And we've used the misunderstanding and the misrepresentation as a comfy blanket, you know. You want to be warm and fuzzy. Oh yeah, I like that, you know. Just tell me what I want to know and don't tell me what I don't want to know. I just want to feel, in a happy state. Well, that's a limited state, though. We're not designed to be in a limited state. We're designed to be happy in an unlimited state. So why are we compromising? And the reason that we're taken advantage of is because we just don't understand the rules of the game. But now we are awakening to those rules, thanks to, in part to censorship. Censorship has helped us tremendously because the news that matters to our everyday life is being suppressed. And so there has to be a filler to replace a vacuum of what do you call it? Um, content. There's a vacuum of content. So it's being replaced. What's it being replaced with? Oh, it's being replaced with educational material. Oh, isn't that interesting? And so we find that the games of enlightenment are upon us, and all we have to do is just tag along and absorb it. And as we do, we'll understand that the role that we play has a great effect on our enjoyment of life. So if you look at the ratio of crying to laughter, we are disproportionately crying. So as our knowledge comes out, our awareness comes out, and without a solution, that leads to depression. So if we have a solution, then that knowledge becomes a benefit so that we can act on that solution. It's just like being at the right place at the right time. It's irrelevant if you don't do something about it. You get to the train station on time. Yippee, I'm there. Did you get on the train? Oh, was I supposed to get on the train? Well, that was the whole purpose of being at the right place at the right time. So you actually have to act. You have to step off the one platform and get onto the other platform. Otherwise, you ain't going. So nobody can substitute for your movement. You have to do it. So this is the way we are structured, and we see that. You talk about being, a jack in the box. When you push the jack in the box in the box, you have now compressed it, and it wants to pop out. And the moment it gets released, it has this momentum. It's inherent. It's still a jack in the box, but now it's out. And what does it do? Well, nothing in that state. It just becomes a toy. But the toy to do what? These are tough questions. Each of us has to come up with a tough answer. It is really a sad situation if we go through life without answering these questions. And for many of us, we've now come to the point where we've started to answer these questions. And it's a great relief. It's a great relief because when you know the truth, you have two ways to react. You could be angry at the fact that you've been deceived, or you could be grateful that through this process, you've learned the truth, because the truth will set you free. And that's what's happening now. Back to you, Mark.
Okay.
Sorry, Mark, before you run away.
For not toying with us.
Sorry, Mark. I
Okay.
hope you didn't.
Yes.
He hasn't gone away. Yeah, I was just asking, you said that we can, that inertia fields or paths don't cross over. Do you mean they don't touch one another?
You mean what Alex was saying about the orbit of
Yes,
the...
I was asking Alex what he meant by that.
Uh-huh.
Only I think
it was what the electron, when there's multiple
no,
electrons.
it wasn't that. It was just a comment that he made.
They don't travel on the same path, even though they look like they do. But go ahead, Alex.
Well, they don't cross over. No. So they have their own position, their own time, place, and position. and it's unique.
Do you mean they don't touch? Or because Mr. Keshe, was using the paddle ball and the elastic on it, and all these fields looked like they were passing all over the place. That's why I'm asking.
I think she's referring to the intro. Maybe I can bring that up. And we were sort of showing that at a different point. I think this
I was just trying to verify whether you meant they don't touch.
Creator in me that I can create more.
Here, I think this is what he was saying. Put this in front of this is how the fields cross each other and interact. As he said, the wave goes out and then can only go out so far and then gets pulled back in. And just like the paddle ball, I think Gail is saying, when you hit the ball and it comes back, it's a different path every time. So this is the part of strengthening, in a way, the field, that it can go farther. It gets pulled back, goes out, gets pulled back. It has an aspect of gravitational in it, gets pulled back, gets strengthened, goes out further. And this process continues. Is this what you were referring to, Gail?
I'm not sure. It depends on what Alex was talking about. Were you talking about the inertia field or inertial path, for example, going to Mars?
Well, Gail, it's an interesting example that Mark brought up there.
I'm not sharing the screen. Maybe I should share the
No,
screen.
no, it's fine. It's fine. The situation between let's say Earth and Mars, and you say, well, they don't touch. They do touch. And that is why there is this gap. This gap is determined by the magnetical fields of the two planets. And the nearness and proximity is determined by the field strength of these two planets. That field strength is predetermined by the nearness and proximity of the planets to the sun. So there's a gap from the Earth to the sun, there's a gap from Mars to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And the gradient difference between the two manifests a gap between the Earth and Mars.
Okay. Yeah, almost like spokes coming from the wheel in a way.
Correct. But
Mm-hmm.
the word touch, and I could touch your skin, and you can say I touch you.
Okay.
But I can enter into your space, and you could find that welcome, or you could find that offending. And I don't have to touch you. All you do is you kind of say, hey, you're in my space.
Like my aura needs space.
Yeah. Okay. So the notion of touching is a physical construct. So we have to understand that we're always touching something. But according to Mark's example with the paddle ball, so there's an outward pushing and there's an inward pulling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in a sense, we're pulling, as Earth, we're pulling Mars towards us. And in a sense, Mars is repelling us. And in a sense, Mars is pulling us in. And in a sense, Earth is repelling Mars away.
Depending on your point of view. Okay.
Right. So it is a two-way street. So you cannot just keep pushing and pushing, because if you keep pushing, that means you're feeding it, you're amplifying it, you're modulating it. And if you keep pushing and it overrides the balance, then Mars will certainly drift away from Earth.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
But we do have this thing about this spiral situation. So on each orbit, we come nearer and nearer. This is part of the angular density manifestation. So eventually, every satellite that is orbiting Earth will eventually come to the ground, because the satellites themselves do not have the catalytic wherewithal to maintain that perpetual balance.
And that's why
Yes,
That's why the sun will become absorbed into the earth becomes absorbed to the sun eventually.
right,
Okay.
right. But we are the universal travelers. And as such, we are representations of the creator,
Mm-hmm.
because the creator has created everything.
Okay,
Where
yes.
we get confused is with the language, the terminology. And that terminology has been turned upside down. And in effect, it's a very good thing that it's been turned upside down, because we've only been seeing half the picture. So if they've turned it upside down, then you know that they're hiding the other half. And you've always thought that you were operating in that other half. So the irony of the whole thing is that both halves have been exposed through their teachings. It's just that terminology is confusing us. So we have an inside and we have an outside. The outside is obviously outside of your containment, but the inside is within your containment. So that means your containment is actually between the inside and the outside, like a bagel.
Yes.
So the bagel itself is your gravitational point. The outside of the bagel is a magnetical field. The inside of the bagel is a magnetical field. So we're only seeing the outside. So when we construct something and we're using outside methodologies, so let's say we take one metal and we take another metal and we blend them together and we create an alloy. Both of those metals were created by the sun. So we had to actually mine those metals, which were created by the sun, and then we manipulated them physically to create the alloy. What we wanted to create was the alloy. Why didn't the sun create the alloy itself? So the method of creating that alloy, if it were to be created by the sun, would have to have the correct conditions.
Right. Yeah.
So the earth does not supply those correct conditions for the production of the alloy. So we have to come in after the fact and modify those conditions. But what would happen if we modified those conditions prior to the creation of those elements? So in other words, create the condition to attract that element gravitationally, and create the condition to attract the other element gravitationally,
Mm-hmm.
and find that inertia field that would be attractive to both so that they could share that inertia field and then manifest physically, not as individual elements, but as an alloy.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense, a lot of sense.
That's where we can take this inertia, which transfers that energy state to the physical matter state.
And
So you
that's
can,
why
yes,
Mr. Keshe was using the reactors and showing everybody what you can do without having to go and mine it. Even though
exactly.
it's, yeah, okay. I also had one more question,
Go
and it
ahead.
was you said picostate is a conductor with marginal strength. Does that mean that it needs less and less strength to be more and more a conductor?
The strength of the picostate
Mm-hmm.
identifies the margin. You have different gradients. What identifies those gradients? So if we go back to the raindrops, they fall into that bullseye, right? And
Right.
they expand outwards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now if you want to identify a ring, you have to choose the distance from the center.
Okay.
So that distance from the center is the magnetical strength of that picocore. The picocore is gravitational. It's gravitationally inherent gravitationally.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's imparted and it flows outwards. So how far out? When do you want to say that which is the wave that you want to pick? And you say, well, I want to pick the wave that's, let's say, for instance, 3 centimeters away from the center. But there's
Okay.
another wave that's 5 centimeters.
Mm-hmm. So
Okay,
the
but there's the same wave. But
yes.
one wave is 3 centimeters, the other wave is 5 centimeters. I mean, look at the picture. There's multiple waves. And
So
which wave do you want to pick?
that's the density then. So it means the closer it is to the central point, then the more superconductor it is.
Right. So instead of being transmitted across the surface of the water, right? The water itself is the carrier of the energy that is imparted from the raindrop hitting the water and imparting that strength. The actual visual manifestation of that field strength is in the wave.
Okay. So to me, it means the closer it is to the central point, the stronger it is
Of
as
course,
far as conducting. Okay.
of course. If you um, let's say you have 10 people standing in a row and the guy behind pushes the first guy. So the first guy falls into the second guy, the second guy falls into the third guy. How many guys are going to fall over like dominoes? You know, is at some point in time one of the guys is going to be strong enough and stable enough to resist falling over.
Okay.
But this is the fascination with dominoes. You get the domino effect. If you didn't have the domino effect, then this wave would continue and continue and continue. So what's interesting about the domino effect is that the gap between the dominoes is specific in such a way that it can override the gravitational stability of each domino. And that's what makes it so fascinating. So you're constantly losing that magnetical field strength. But the question is, how far will it go? Well, if you can tune it so that the first domino that falls can impart that energy to 1,000 dominoes, then you're pretty good. And if you can do that to impart to 10,000 dominoes, well, wow, you are really good. And so this becomes a fascination, on how we can do that. Well, when you're dealing in the plasma science, there's no resistance. Ohm's law does not work in the plasmatic field strength. So when we're discussing frequency, we are discussing a tuning of common denominator. So you have a field strength which has an affinity to Earth and the condition of Earth. We just happen to call that particular condition Earth. If you can find something that has a common ground, so either that ground is going to be conducive to your present condition, or you will modify your condition to be conducive to that condition. You have both options. That's what will allow you to go there. And you will go there and directly hit the bullseye. You can't miss because you will have a common denominator.
So the gap is very important.
it seems that the gap is more important. Kind of the gap kind of determines your field strength because it is a manifestation of the difference between the upness and the downness.
Mhm. Okay. Well, whenever I start making some condition that gives me what I want, then I know I've arrived. Could take a
Well,
while though.
well, no, you have arrived. That's the whole point. You have arrived. You are. What are you doing today? You wasting your time being here? You have nothing better to do. This is the most important thing you have to do, is to
Yeah.
understand why you're here.
Yeah. Very, very important.
So, it isn't, I want to say it isn't rocket science. Well, it isn't rocket science, it's plasma science. But the thing is, it's the plasma is an energy transfer that is common throughout the universe. When you get into the physicality, we have an energy transfer that is common to the physical state. And that physical state is only half the picture because it's supported by a plasmatic state. But that plasmatic state is also part of what we call the matter state. So the physicality is a matter state. The plasma supporting structure is a matter state. All of those are part of the matter state. But that is only the positioning factor. The plasma state is the entire universe, and the energy is passing through there all the time, looking for common denominators. So magnetical fields are constantly seeking a gravitational landing point, and they will only go there when they have a common denominator. And this is what brings peace, not confrontation. This is what allows the universe to grow. We are the antithesis, I guess, antithesis of the growth of the universe. And it's through our conduct. And it's why we need the supplementation. So if you know that eating food, let's say, is harmful, then why do we continue to do that? So we are in a constant battle between good taste and tasting good. Eating food is a luxury on this planet, but it's a luxury for the guy who's eating, not for the guy who's being eaten.
Exactly.
So how do we rationalize that? And so this is an acquired taste. This is what the problem is. We have an inherent taste and we have an acquired taste. So this is why some people, like, blueberry pies, and other people like blueberry bagels. Okay, it's an acquired taste. And Mark likes, what'd you say, onions on your bagels?
Yeah.
There are people who don't want onions on their bagels, but they're also human. You're human, so that's not the deciding factor. It's just you have an acquired taste. And so we use that as a point of discrimination. Imagine if we had a, discrimination based on silliness, like what do you like, pasta, or you like pizza? You like hamburger. This is silliness. And we
The
have,
only thing
we have
that
spent many, many years acquiring these tastes. So how do we unacquire these tastes? And are we only counting the years that we've been here in physicality? Or what about the years that are embedded in our RNA? So we have, in fact, become genetic modification of our own environment.
yes, yes.
So one of the nice things about the plasma science is it's a return to origin. And when you return to the origin, then it's like starting over. But starting over, if you go to another planet and you start over, do you want to start over as a baby or do you want to start over as an adult? So we have the opportunity now as a species to start over as adults. And that's what this planet requires. Kids are playing with matches and adults need to come and take accountability.
There's a few of us that are having a little problem with things like blueberries and apples. And, the question is, do those berries and apples want us to consume them like a bird and spread their, the fertility of the seeds?
Well,
And
yes, they do.
yeah,
Yes, they
so,
do, because they have already given up their physicality, and as book number 3 shows, they split up, but not just one into two, but one into dozens and hundreds. So there are many offspring. Like a Japanese koi, for instance, will give birth to 250,000 offspring,
wow.
but it doesn't die when it does that.
Hmm.
It continues to do that all the time. So, nature will explain to you how we can procreate. And Aphrodite is part of that because it's an inherent act of love. So it's not a question of whether we decide what am I and what am I not. We already know what that is, but what is the purpose of life? And we try and mm, we try and rationalize the purpose of life, as in uh, you go to school, you get married, you get a job, and you retire and you die. And it's kind of a joke. Well, that is a joke. Life is not a joke. Life is very serious. And there's many people who think that, they are more equal than others. Well, the creator doesn't differentiate that way. We have just acquired that taste. So the first thing, as we awaken to that reality, as I say, it causes depression because then we see, oh, wow, the situation's a lot worse than I even thought. It was bad, but it's worse than I thought. And then what do we do about it? And I don't have any answers. Well, this is the race to provide the answers in time. And once you get that answer, what do you do with that answer? So we are all at the right place at the right time. Now we are in a position where we have to act upon that.
Well, I remember The Secret Life of Plants, and that changed my life. And I did become depressed when I was eating anything.
Well, that's not the intention of the plant.
I,
So
I, it was just that it seemed the plant was screaming when somebody heard it. You didn't realize that it was affected by the actions in this case, the humans.
well, um, there is there are better ways to do things. So, in other words, the way we harvest is is pretty barbaric,
Yes, it is.
and that's where the problem lies. So our intention may be altruistic, but our methodology requires modification.
Mhm.
And as I brought up in the previous case, where we're doing the physical modification after the fact, if we do that plasmatically, so we create the kind of plant that we need, that plant will become and share that experience with us. happily and knowingly to
Mhm.
know that this is for the shall we say the greater good. And it's not at that point, it's no longer a sacrifice.
Yeah, that would make me very happy. So, Alex, are you going to have a separate class on this particular subject because it's very important? We really do stress over it a lot. What do we do? How do we do?
Well, I stress over it a lot as well because I don't have access to advanced knowledge or classified information. I'm just another Joe Muckenfudge, and I'm trying to address these situations in a practical manner so that the average person can at least have the gates open up and understand the situation a little bit better. Uh, there are many examples in nature that you don't have to have an advanced education just to understand how things work. So, we just create this false notion that, you have to have an extensive education and you have to have, years and years of teaching and learning to get there. No, I need years and years of learning, but someone else can just learn it in a finger snap and they say, "Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, and I will modify my conditions and my actions accordingly." So this is what the goal plan is for all of us. And what we have to understand now is that the technology is in our hands to change the living conditions on this planet. So the question is, who is it? Who is it that's going to do this? And we always, kind of like to say jokingly, well, give it to Mikey. Well, who is Mikey? Who is that guy? There is no one guy because we're all connected to the guy and he's already doing what he's trying to do. We're just not listening. It's not convenient. It's hard. Our friends, uh, criticize us or ostracize us. But
or look away.
yeah, or look away. So, we're on the verge of doing something. And honestly, when I first heard about all this stuff and I was listening to the conversation and I was counting the footsteps to the door, trying to figure out, can I escape from this room before that door gets locked and then maybe I need to get out of this nut house.
Yeah.
And fortunately for me, in my opinion, I never left that. I never did run away. I just came to the point and I realized, wait a second, I have been deceived. Then I had to deal with my own emotions, my own, self-inflicted feelings of superiority. Oh, I went to school, I did this, I accomplished this, I accomplished that. It was just all bullful. It didn't matter. It didn't matter a hoot. It was just, to make me feel more important. And here I was feeling so important, and all of a sudden I was belittled because my knowledge was minuscule. I was sucked in. I was at the casino and I thought, I'm going to win. The game was rigged. So if you're going with the, belief that you're going to win, you're going in with a very slim chance. You might win, but it's less than 10% chance of winning. So why are you playing that low, what do you call that? The low-hanging fruit. Why don't you go for something that is more profitable, something that is more profound, something that is more meaningful? So it just confounds me when rich people go to the casino. Why are they going to the casino? To make money? I understand poor people want to go to the casino because they need a quick fix, to get some money. But what happens is they become even more poor. But why would rich people go to the casino? What? To make money? So if you have the money to do, that you're independently wealthy, why would you want to go to the casino and sit there and smoke all the time and just sit there and be like a monkey pushing the buttons and one-armed bandit? Why would you want to do that? Is that the reason that you got up this morning? Oh yeah, I'm going to go to the casino and blow my money and do nothing all day. That's a great, great, great life.
Or start a war, which is what happens.
Well, yeah. And then what do you get? You get you created misery for other people. But because of the delay in consequences, you don't see that the misery that what it created for yourself.
Exactly.
And this is the law of the universe. So there's a huge discrepancy between man-made law and the universe-made law. And as we drive down the highway, it's the law. But yeah, it's the law. And then once I was interrogated by a police officer, and he says, "Oh, have you ever broken the speed limit?" And I said, "Well, which speed limit? Speed of light or this highway speed limit?" And he lost his mind. He started yelling at me.
Oh,
And the officers who were behind the two-way mirror broke out in hysterical laughter that we could hear it in the interrogation room. And the officer who was interrogating me was positively his head exploded. He was so angry because he was embarrassed by his own stupidity. So,
that's a good one.
but it's a true story. And it actually happened to me. And I'm grateful that I knew the difference between universal law and man-made law. So when he told me I was breaking the law, I said, "Well, whose law? Your law or the universal law? Like which one matters?" He says, "Oh, it's the law." Okay, well, who made you, God? And he didn't like that. He didn't appreciate that. So he was uh, in his own mind. He was the top dog. But
Did you have to pay the fine at the end of the day?
okay, well, let me tell you the rest of the story. As he says to me on the way out, he says, "Well, you can leave now." And I said, "Okay, well, thanks very much, and hope to not see you later." And he says, "Well, wait a second." He says, "Because actually, I was undergoing a lie detector," which is kind of funny. And
Oh,
he says, I want to go check the results." I said, "Hey, it's a lie detector test. I'm leaving." "No, no, no, no." He says, "Please, please, humor me, wait for the result." "What's this a lie detector, stupid? Like, what is the matter with you?" "Okay," he says, "just give me a minute." So he goes and he checks and he comes out. "Oh," he says, "Alex, I got good news for you. You passed the lie detector." It's like, what are you telling me, news? You know, you're giving me news? You're the
well,
news donkey? I said, "Get lost." You
oh, you
know,
didn't. Did you? No, you wouldn't.
I told him, well, yeah, the police officers came later and apologized to me for his conduct. He says, "Well, I'm really sorry
Oh,
you had to go through that, but I said, "Well," I said, "Yeah, but why didn't you get someone competent to ask questions?" He said, "Well, that's the best we got."
well,
Anyway,
we're practicing on you anyway, Alex, and I'm glad you made it through.
well, I'm glad I made it through because I was actually a suspect in the whole situation, and you know, they never they never told me that. I found out later that was the case, and And they said, well, you know, the way you conducted yourself, you know, you were obviously innocent. Well, I said, obviously, you know, so why do you put me through that kind of stupidity? I was just trying to be a good citizen and, you know, be helpful. And so telling the truth stems from intention, and our ability to see that is very important. We don't have the luxury of, you know, getting a lie detector and finding out what is truthful. So, you know, we're seeing the parodies on YouTube and everything. And, you know, as I said in the past, you can't insult ignorant people. And you know, I don't know why they continue to do that, except I think it's not an insult to the ignorant. It's a wake-up call to the rest of the people who say, well, you know, there are lies that are being fomented out there, and we're constantly being fed this, and there are people who know that there are lies, and you're not alone. So in some ways, it's good or bad, but you know, is the war going to end? Well, we have to remember it's a two-way street. And we know that the war can be terminated within the snap of a finger. As long as we realize that we're part of creation and whatever we create is always
Yes,
creation.
because as someone was saying, the reason that the so-called put out all the material and keep us posted on everything terrible that's happening is so that we will react and give more energy to their cause, which is quite true.
Which is quite true. Right. So it becomes a gravitational feeding. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So,
Thank you so much, Alex, for all your hard work.
well, thank you. It's great for your contribution. It's important in your community, you know, and you have to realize how important you are. And it's not a matter of being fat-headed, you know, and like that, you know, self-important. It's we're all important, but
We're,
in what manner, you know? So it's like the guy said to me, you know, he was cleaning up the job site and he decided to, you know, sweep everything on the carpet. And he says, I said, what are you doing? Why don't you, you know, we're cleaning up the place and you're just putting the stuff under the carpet. Oh, he says, no one will know. I said, well, you know, so you're a nobody. You're calling yourself a nobody.
yeah,
Oh,
I know, right?
you got angry with me. I said, you're angry with me. You're the one who called yourself a nobody. You know, so you're calling me a nobody. No, you're calling you a nobody. You have no, you know, moral or ethics. Well, who's going to know? Well, you know. Why do you think soldiers of fortune have PTSD?
Yes, exactly.
Because they know the truth. And as one said to me, I'm a patriot. I signed up to defend the country. I didn't sign up to murder and rape women and children. And there's not enough money in the bank. Okay.
Yeah, actually, that's the way that they get people to fight in the war. Set everything up so they don't have money and they need it, and that's what they go for.
Yeah, sure. You know, hey, I mean, 30 to $60,000 a month. Yeah, hey, you know, like live the life. It's pretty good.
No choice.
Anyway, there will be balance of reckoning. Thanks very much, Gail. I really appreciate all your input and thanks everybody for allowing us to continue to present. You know, just Mark has a good way of ending this meeting. And I'll
one more comment. This is
hello.
yes. I have found a transitional partial solution to part of the money and part of the killing. And that is, I now consume the orange peels. My husband eats the inside, I consume the peels. And I do the same with the banana peel. They have lots of wonderful health benefits. Just as a little aside.
It's an excellent point of view.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you're doing. And remember, there's a lot of people who are listening to this session on their own time, and they're not shown on this panel. And they too are part of the process. Each one is a raindrop emitting a beacon, imparting their strength through their pico core. Thanks so much, everybody. Mark?
Yes. Okay, I don't know which way I end the meeting, but we're going to play the final disclaimer. Let's see if we
Well,
can...
do good, be good, think good.
Oh, yeah, we did that a bit earlier.
Oh, you did, okay.
Yes. Thank you. Oops, let's see what's happening here. I need to bring up the final disclaimer. Thank you all for being here. Continue to investigate and understand how your structure works more than anyone else's, because it's you who's going to take that structure somewhere, someplace, and recreate a new creation. So again, it's all about you and your understanding. But we're certainly fortunate and humbled and privileged to be here, that we're even getting a glimpse into an aspect of this knowledge. So we thank the Keshe Foundation, and we support all the work going, and there's much, much work going on in the background as it starts to get revealed. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. I'll play the final disclaimer and the session will come to an end. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Somebody's holding something they wanted to share, didn't think it was appropriate, but maybe now you could reconsider. Okay, thank you all again. Have an amazing rest of your day, however much is left of it. But as we know, we have all the existence in the universe, so one day just goes into the next. Thank you again. Thank you, Alex, and look forward to meeting with everyone next week.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.